Welcome back, boxing fans, to another great show with Sean and Lily. Say hi, Lily, to all the fans. She's very energetic today. So we're on today's Boots Ennis versus Lima card, and we jumped in at the perfect time. Smalls, a very highly regarded up-and-coming young American fighter from Philadelphia as well, is taking on the opponent that beat Jamal Hackett. So there's a lot of intrigue in this fight. Obviously, this tall Puerto Rican kid outworked and outboxed Jalal Hackett, a guy who was really hyped. When you think about Smalls and Hackett, Hackett was the much more hyped American fighter, but then was exposed by this kid from Puerto Rico. Now for Smalls, an up-and-coming young fighter as well, to jump in the ring with this guy, this is a potential big statement for Smalls. If he goes in there and looks spectacular, it's going to give him tons of push in his career, obviously leading forward. Because Hackett, maybe because of his father's outspoken personality, was a guy that was getting a lot of push in the YouTube boxing community. Obviously, taking a step back in a loss and sort of refiguring out how to approach his career, and now he's moving forward. So this kid that he's fighting, Roman, is a solid fighter. Obviously, a fight that down the road potentially would be a great fight for American boxing fans would be Smalls versus Hackett, right? Who knows if that kind of thing could happen, but nonetheless, boxing population, I think 63% have Smalls winning, 37% have Jose Roman winning. All I know about both of these guys is that Jose Roman is the one with a legitimate victory on his career. Smalls, he's been building up. So obviously the guys he's been fighting, not the best competition, not the kind of guys that really are going to wow anybody. There we are. Let's look at Smalls right here. Smalls, 15-0, 11 knockouts. Looks very impressive on the outside looking in. 26 years old. So he's not young. This guy is pretty old. The best opponent of his career probably was his last fight against Clarence Booth, who has been a real opponent for a long time. At this point, he was 21-11, and prior to that, he faced Luis Alberto Verón, also a pretty good opponent, 29-2. For Jose Roman Vasquez, currently 14-1, very tall, 6'2" fighter, 31 years old. His best win, obviously, is undefeated, up-and-coming young superstar Jalil Hackett. He lost to Cesar Francis, another undefeated fighter, but outside of that, he doesn't have really great competition, right? You would say that probably Smalls has been in with the more experienced fighters. So it's going to be a good matchup today. Asuma, Jaime, what's up? Good morning or good evening for you. What do you guys think about this Smalls versus Roman fight? Obviously, one of the prelim fights for Boots Ennis versus Lima. I think it should be a fun fight.
Record perfect. 15 fights, 15 victories, with 11 of them coming by way of knockout. He fights out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Please welcome the undefeated Tamir, the Dog Smalls. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner. He is a defending champion. He was black with white trim.
What's all the Muslims in Philadelphia?
46.5 pounds.
The invasion is fucking underway.
Victories, 1 defeat, with 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Peleando desde Bayamón,
Puerto Rico. Roman obviously is a tough fight, right? The guy is 6'2", obviously for a 5'9" welterweight. Whenever you fight these tall, long guys, rangy guys, especially if you have a really good jab, it's going to be tough for the smaller guy to get on the inside. This is really going to be sort of a battle of the jabs. If Small can really establish his jab and take away really the one strength that Roman has, it should be an easy night. But if Roman is winning the battle of the jabs, potentially it's going to be a tough night where Smalls is going to have to prove he can get on the inside and outwork the tall Puerto Rican. JA says Lima is like a Martin Murray. Why is he like a Martin Murray? That's kind of a comment from left wing. How is Lima like Martin Murray? And here we are, round one. Obviously, you can see right from the start, they're already trying to establish their jab. Small is a good height and length for welterweight, 5'9". He's got a pretty long reach. I'm not sure specifically what it is, but he's not like a short arm fighter. Obviously, Roman, 6'2", kind of like Tommy Hearns type of length in there, but not with the Tommy Hearns right hand, obviously. Against the weak competition that Roman has fought, he hasn't shown much knockout pop. So that's probably a good thing for Small. It just means that he probably doesn't have to worry too much about what's coming back at him. So even if he gets a little reckless, he's probably not going to have to pay too much for it. What's left wing? So far, both guys are kind of struggling to find their accuracy. It's good jab to the body from Smalls. I think that's a smart punch for him. Jab to the body, right hand to the body of the taller, longer fighter. Smalls isn't really a guy that fights slick. He's kind of trying to cut off the ring. He's kind of flat-footed. I don't know if he usually moves a little more, but the way he's fighting, he's much more of a stalker. Lima is much more of the mover. Lima's starting to establish his jab a little bit more now. Landed a couple good jabs. Small is really winging some hooks out of left field. This is a 10-round fight, so Smalls has lots of opportunity to break this guy down and beat him. So it's not as if he's in a hurry. He doesn't have to get on top of this guy quick because it's like a 6-round fight or something. It's a 10-rounder, so he's got plenty of time. But for the first round, I could see that Smalls lost this round. Lima's done what he's wanted to do, or sorry, not Lima, Roman. Land his jab, stay out of distance, make it difficult for Smalls to put his punches together. So not bad. You have seen or heard of anything about Alexis Barreria? I saw that he was on the card, but outside of that, I'm not that familiar with that fighter. He's on this fight card today, right? Am I wrong? Yes, there he is. Yes, the heavyweight fighting Villanelli, 12-0, 10 KOs. In my prediction league, I picked Guido to win because obviously Guido's been in with far better competition. He's Canadian. Let's go Canada. Canadian southpaw, 30 years old, 6'4". Yeah, as I said, he's going to be outclassed by Guido Villanelli. Guido just has way better competition. This guy's been in with nobody of really consequence for most of his career. Guido's got 3 losses, but 3 losses fighting tough competition. Guys like Richard Torres Jr., Effie Ajagba, Jonathan Rice, Curtis Harper, Makhmudov, who he beat, which was obviously a huge victory for him. Yeah. You need to see tape of him. This guy moves well. Okay. I don't think Guido is winning this. Laugh out loud. No way. Well, to be fair, I wouldn't be sad to see a Canadian guy go in there and beat Guido Villanelli and become a relevant player in the heavyweight division. I'd be happy. So let's hope he can do it. It's just obviously Guido's got really good amateur pedigree. He's been in with way better competition and has the better wins on his resume. But in saying that, he also has been beaten. So, there's a tape on how to beat him. Round two of Smalls versus Roman. Roman, throwing a big wild fucking right hand. That's probably a good shot for Roman. I think Smalls is open to that fucking wide hook. And it's a good punch to come after you're throwing like jabs all day. You hit him with a few of those shots, it's going to fucking ring my bell. Ring my bell, ring my bell. But so far, you got to like the way Smalls fights. He's an aggressive, come forward guy, puts his hands together, hasn't had much success yet, but, the writing is on the wall. Roman is putting a little pressure on Smalls, changing up a bit, throwing with him. I don't know if that's a smart thing to do, but it's better to keep the guy off balance, right? By making him know that he can't just walk in the front door. When I look at Smalls with his little mustache and goatee, he reminds me of Sidney Moncrief, a Milwaukee Bucks guard back in like 1970s, 1980s. Smalls is shaking his head, but so far, that was a nice right hand from Smalls. I think it partially caught him, but nonetheless, it was nice through the guard. Good hook from Roman to Smalls. That's a good punch. I think Roman won that round. I would say Roman is up 2-0. He's obviously dictating the pace of the fight. He's having success with his jab. He's starting to open up a bit, throwing winging right hooks and just threw a nice left to the body. I think he should start throwing that punch a little more. You consider better BF Canadian? Not really. No. Just like I don't really consider Makhmudov Canadian. Don't get me wrong. Canada's always been a country with immigrants. So, it's just when people immigrate to Canada when they're like in their mid-20s, it's hard to say they are Canadian as far as representing us in sports. But don't get me wrong. I'm happy that athletes want to come to Canada and represent us. We're a small country. So, whenever people want to help a brother out, I'm cool with that. You see Makhmudov Allen. I didn't because it's English time, right? So I was sleeping. So I don't even know who won. From what I saw when I woke up, I saw that there was the fight live on YouTube, and it said 47 minutes. So it looks as if the fight went the distance. If the fight went the distance, I would think maybe Makhmudov was the winner, because I figure if Allen was going to win, he probably would have stopped Makhmudov, who looks like his gas tank is terrible. But let me know who won, Allen or Makhmudov. Let's go Canada. Makhmudov is some weird dude, man, with fucking so many ticks, eh? That guy's always fucking... That's how he's fighting. Very strange character, that guy. Round 3. Makhmudov beat him, but had 2 points taken too. Makhmudov had 2 points taken off of him. Or Allen had 2 points taken off. Allen's a good fighter, but he's not a great fighter. He was never going to be a great fighter. It's just unfortunately for him, he was never really motivated or as serious about the sport. Oh, knocked down. That's why you don't want to trade with the guy on the inside, buddy. You win 2 rounds and now you fucking go toe to toe with him instead of using your jab and your feet, and then you get caught on the inside. Good knockdown for Smalls. Makhmudov had points taken for low blows and hugging and leaning. Yeah. Well, that guy, right? He's such a tired type of dude, man. After like 4 rounds, he's going to be like leaning and hugging you like crazy. So I didn't think it was going to be a fun, exciting fight to watch anyway. Dude, stop holding. I'm trying to survive here, ref. I got knocked down. But come on, you couldn't have got hurt that bad. It wasn't like it was some devastating shot that hit you. Smalls is a little reckless the way he throws a lot of his hooks. Really wild. Fucking Roman looks really hurt, but I haven't seen him get hit with any real flush shots. Yeah, hold him. But obviously, it's saying that the punches from Smalls, he must have some pretty good power. Good round for Smalls. Got the knockdown, 10-8 rounds. Yeah, Makhmudov, right? Of course, I'd love to claim better Biev as a Canadian. Makhmudov, I could just say that he's Russian. That's not an issue at all. But as far as Allen, right, that guy was never that. Oh, he punched him in the back of the head. Okay, that punch. Yeah, that was a clean shot. Nice counter right hand on the inside. You're letting him fucking land punches on the inside, man. Like, that's what he wants to do. He wants to get inside, land short hooks. And now you allow him to do that. It was bad fucking planning for Roman. But nice round for Smalls. Tamir Smalls gets the impressive knockdown. Now can he go in there and make a statement by knocking out the guy that beat Jamil Hackett? Let's see what he does in round 4. Like, you got to keep using your jab, tall dude, and move. That's what you had success for the first 2 rounds with. Jabbing, catching him coming inside. Not getting on the inside and fighting with him. That's not your game plan. You got no power. Oh, that's a nice right hand. Jamil Hackett can, Smalls can say shake his head, but it's a scoring punch. Look at these stats. Power punches landed 13-3 in the 3rd round. You show the round where Smalls had success, but you don't show the rounds where he had no success. It's so funny, right? The way that networks and announcers will totally lead boxing fans with the stats they show, with the punches they show on replay. Like, it's such a dirty fucking thing when you think about how boxing is done. Like, even in a situation like this, we're all watching the fight. The difference is you guys are listening to the commentators. I'm not. So I have no idea what they're saying, who they're hyping up. I'm just talking about nice left hook, good punches from Roman. Keep pumping that jab out there, buddy, and then move. Keep Smalls off balance. You don't want him to get on the inside and open up on you. Smalls is really open for the counter right hand over his jab because he really extends his jab, overextends it, where you could easily counter it. That's why I think that big right hand hook from left field is a good punch for Roman over top of Smalls' jab. And he's trying it, but I think he's got to use the big wide hook that he used earlier on. Smalls won't see it. And he's starting to go to the body with his left hand quite a bit, so that's obviously a good punch. But on the inside, get out of there. Don't fight him on the inside. Hold him on the inside, frustrate him, move, and use your jab and control the distance on the outside. That's the way you're going to win. So far, Smalls is using his jab a lot, but he's not that effective. But that was a nice one to the body. Like I said earlier, I think that's probably the best punch for him to open up the big hooks to this guy's head. That's a better bounce back round for Roman. I think he won. Right now, I think Roman is up 3 rounds to 1. But obviously, the one round that Smalls won was a 10-8 round because of the knockdown. Oh! 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 My neighbor have one of those Labradoodles. What a beautiful dog, but like completely fucking mental. I don't know how that dog like stays in their house without destroying everything, because those dogs are so big but so mental, jumping everywhere, fucking, totally fucking ADHD. And I never see them walk that dog, right? Maybe they take it to the dog park. I think a dog like that, you need to have a park where it can run to get some energy out. But in Taiwan, there's no yards. So like me, I need to take my dog out twice a day. Obviously, when my other dog was young back in the day, yes, Labradoodle. So a Labrador poodle mix. So they're big like a Labrador, but obviously have the curly hair like a poodle. Obviously, both Labs and poodles are smart, but it's got like the mental energy of a Labrador, Let's fetch, let's fetch, let's fetch, let's swim, let's swim, let's swim. But beautiful dog. Poodles are mean. Well, poodles can be mean because they're the smartest dog breed, right? So because they're smart, if you don't train it well, it can be manipulative and obviously a bit controlling, kind of like a Shiba. Round 5. I think Roman needs to use his jab a bit more and probably change levels a little more. He's just waiting too much. And I think by doing that, he's just going to give Smalls too much opportunity to be successful. But you can see Smalls is struggling with his length and his jab. He's not that comfortable. Just don't fucking throw hook with hooks. But that was a nice left hand. This kid, the Puerto Rican kid, his left hand is really good. His jab and his hook to the body and head. His right hand, not good. And that's obviously why he's not a better fighter and a higher ranked fighter. If he could unload that right hand, he'd be dangerous. But unfortunately, he pushes his right hand, and it just doesn't look like it has any power at all. He's obviously left-handed because it definitely is his stronger hand. Nice counter from Smalls. Good shot from. Don't stay on the inside playing with him. Get out. That's right. Smalls already proved to you he's dangerous on the inside. He's got a bit of pop on his power. Power on his pop. But you can see why this kid, Roman, beat Jalil Hackett. Because he's obviously very well schooled. Using a lot of short little feint jabs to try to pull the guy in so he can counter him. He's recovered very well after his knockdown. Controlling the middle of the ring. What are the commentators saying? I bet they're saying that Smalls is winning, right? Don't stand and see, you got clipped again with the right hand on the inside. Like, that was a round you're winning easy, and then you fucking get clipped by a right hand. I don't have that problem. My dog is dumb as a box of rocks. Lily is not dumb. She's smarter than Roxy, who's a lab. Roxy was dumb as a box of rocks, but, so full of love. But, like, that Labrador mental fucking energy, right? She'd want to play fetch fucking for like 6 hours straight, go walking nonstop. Doesn't matter how hot it is. Yeah, Lily is much more of a Taiwan mountain dog. She picks her poison. But so far, this fight has been pretty good. You got to be impressed with Roman so far with Smalls. I'm not impressed. I mean, as I said, his jab looks like you can easily counter it if you're a very good fighter. He looks like he's got a bit of power on the inside, but on the outside, I think he just needs to be more aggressive. But you guys let me know, what are the commentators saying? Who do they think is winning this fight? Good jab to the body again for Smalls. As I said, I think that was a punch he should have been establishing early on just so he could land that big right hand. Oh, nice little left hand by Smalls. Clipped him a little bit. Total punches landed, 44 for Smalls, 35 for Roman. Yeah, they must be acting like Smalls is winning this fight, but the man controlling this fight is definitely Roman. Ring control, definitely him 100%. Most of the clean punches landed also from Roman. Don't trade on the inside, Roman. That's the last thing you want to do. Yeah, I mean, fucking Roman is not a super slick fighter, but still, just his little bit of movement makes Small look wild. He's throwing hooks fucking from miles away and missing fucking like crazy. Strike three. That guy's swinging and missing. A swing and a miss from Tamir Smalls. Good left hand from Roman. I think his left hand is good. But obviously, because he uses his left hand so much, that's why he's open for the counter right hand, which dropped him in round 3. Small's footwork doesn't look so good. He crosses his feet. Nice right hand from Smalls, and then a big giant left hand miss. I think Roman would be smart to maybe double up his jab. Wow. Smalls is missing some crazy fucking shots, man. Crazy. Pretty big size difference. Are you watching on DAZN? I'm watching on DAZN, yeah. But of course, I'm not listening to it, so I'm not sure what the commentators are saying. Well, that's it, right? Roman's tall, and he's able to control distance with his jab and his length. But that's why Small's got to like double up his jab, get on the inside, hit that body, come up to that head. Because once he's on the inside, he's successful. I knew they're going to hype up Smalls. Yeah, just as I expected. You're going to hype up everything Smalls does when he lands. Like through this whole fight, he's landed probably 3 right hands. That one, the one in the 3rd round, and he's landed one previously that landed really nicely. 3 right hands, and we're in round 7. What other punch is he landing really nice? Roman winning the battle of the jabs. He's the one that's mostly thrown body punches. Smalls hasn't really went to the body too much at all. And his counter left to the head's been pretty good as well. Pretty big size difference, yeah. We talked about that. That's true. But even the fact that now Roman, see, right hand from Roman, nice punch. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much pop, but he's landed more right hands against Small than Small's landed right hands against him. But yeah, if this goes to the cards, I won't be surprised if the judges give Small the victory, even though after 6 rounds, I saw one round that I can clearly give Small. One, round 3. Drunk Irishman, what's up? If Parker were to beat Wardley, do you think it's going to be by stoppage, or do you think Wardley's chin is too good? I think Parker wins by decision. I think Wardley wins by KO. Don't fight on the inside, buddy. That's the only time Smalls is having success. Control the distance with your jab, your feet, and your height. There you go. Back to the center of the ring. I know it sounds like I'm wanting Roman to win. It's not that. It's just Smalls hasn't really shown me any nice jab from Roman. He hasn't shown any adjustments, right? He's still doing the same thing in round 7 that he did in round 1. And from the outside, he's been losing the fight. The success he had was when he was able to get inside and throw with Roman and then land a big right hand counter. And unfortunately for him, he's just not trying to get on the inside as much as he should. Good left hands to the body from Roman. Nice jab from Roman. Oh, big right hand from Roman. Good round for Roman. I think Roman is winning. 6 rounds to 1. I'm still looking forward to the Funduro Thurman card. I wasn't going to order it. I was going to watch the card at Twin Peaks. What's Twin Peaks? Yeah, I'm not sad to say that fucking Funduro Thurman card is canceled. I don't think they will reschedule it. The only sad part is obviously there's good underlying fights on the card that would have been interesting. But, I think this is karma. I think it's good the fucking fight fell through because who's paying $75 to watch fucking Hooters? Oh yeah, I should go to Taipei. I wonder if they show boxing at Hooters Taipei. Nice left hands from fucking Roman. Those punches bothered Smalls. You still got Parker versus Wardley. Was Parker Wardley supposed to be on the Thurman Funduro card? Yeah, even Ramos Mosley Jr. wasn't a terrible fight. It's not a terrible fight, but who the fuck? You're moving from one of the hottest divisions in boxing going to one of the deadest divisions in boxing. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. But once again, nobody's hating on Roman for fighting Mosley, just like most people aren't really hating on Boots for fighting Lima today. Ironically enough, John Boxing is now hating on Junto for fighting Sebastian Hernandez, right? Trying to use that as a way to discredit his pound-for-pound status, all to give Devin Haney more praise for taking on Brian Norman. And nobody hated on Devin Haney for fighting Brian Norman. Like, you don't hear anyone saying it's a cherry pick and it's a garbage fight. Literally nobody's saying that. Everyone's saying the opposite, saying it's a good fight. And people are like giving Devin Haney praise for taking on a good opponent to try to become a 3-weight world champion. But to try to act like Brian Norman is somehow some superstar fighter, come on, man. maybe he will be a great fighter. But at this point, the guy's best win is Santillan. Like, John tried to shit on Sebastian Hernandez because he doesn't have a Santillan, but he does. He has this Azed Hovharesian, who's a similar fighter to fucking Santillan. Those two guys are opponents, both of them. Both of them have had one or two successful victories, and outside of that, every time they step up, they get beat. That's the difference. That one guy's, don't trade. Oh, a nice shot, but don't trade with him. At this point, it's round 8. Smalls needs you to trade with him because it's the only opportunity for him to be successful. Brian is a good fighter. See, once again, Damon, you don't listen. You don't listen. You are so fucking charged, right? Like, I didn't say Brian's not a good fighter. Nobody said Brian's not a good fighter. The opposite is that people are shitting on Junto to try to hype up Devin Haney. Like, can't you just give fucking Devin Haney praise for what he's doing and be realistic? If he beats Brian Norman, that is not like he beat some superstar fighter. Brian Norman is not a superstar fighter. The best name, the only name you can name, Damon, is fucking Santillan. You cannot name anybody else that Brian Norman has fought because he hasn't fought anybody else. I heard the guy Junto is fighting is pretty good. He is good. He's a solid fighter. We see what happens when those Mexican unknown guys go to Matchroom. They consistently fucking knock out Matchroom fighters. That's Sebastian Hernandez. He's unknown right now because he hasn't fought in America or fought on a big American card. But don't be surprised if he's way better than anticipated in the Junto fight. Jays, let's go with Blue Jays. Damon Wester says, I'm his favorite Canadian, but then you fucking call me a racist. And then say that I'm shitting on Brian. Nobody wanted it with that kid. What are you talking about? That kid was offered a unification fight with Boots Ennis. He decided to say no. And in hindsight, it's a smart decision right now, right? If you think about the way his team was maneuvered, you could have fought Boots Ennis for unification, got paid $1.5 million and potentially got beat, right? You waited, you ducked the fight, ducked the smoke with Boots, and because of your victory over Jin Sasaki, not that anyone knows who Jin Sasaki is, but it was a spectacular knockout. Now you get an opportunity to fight Devin Haney, and you're getting paid way more money and way more profile fight. So, yeah, nobody's hating on Brian Norman. It's just if you try to use Brian Norman as a way to skyrocket Devin Haney into pound-for-pound top 5 status, you're full of shit. And you're fucking not being fucking genuine. Round 9. Can Lima last the distance and pull a victory? Nice jabs from Smalls. I didn't even know anyone from this undercard. Well, yeah, this undercard wasn't stacked with a lot of big-name fighters, that's for sure. What's your opinion on WBA, WBO's super status designation? More bullshit. WBA, they already fucking have a super status. Now they're going to have regular champion, normal champion, and super champion. Like, this is the reason why people fucking are going towards Turkey Al Sheikh and cutting their fucking connection to the belts because of this bullshit. And these are the same people that are going to accept this super status who were upset that WBC tried to do something that WBA has already done for a long time. Young Mexican with power, those always surprise. Well, that's it, right? Rohan wants smoke. Rohan Polanco, for sure Rohan Polanco would fight fucking Brian Norman in 10 seconds flat. But too dangerous, not a big name, not going to make big money. So, of course, they're not going to fight him unless they're forced to. I don't even know anyone on this undercard. You give GG credit. See, Damon, once again, you pull out GGG from your fucking pocket to try to justify Brian Norman. I didn't fucking put GGG at pound for pound number 1 position based on beating fucking Lemieux or fucking Murata. Never. Stop. You guys are just fucking the same old fucking narrative all the time. Do you think Janabek Lara is a good addition to the Pitbull Roach card? For sure. 3-belt unification, right? If Norman wasn't going against Haney, he'd be just a belt holder. Of course. That's all he would be. If you had a non-black fighter challenging fucking against him, that's what they would call him. They would say, oh, he's just fighting another belt holder, right? They would say he hasn't done anything, right? We know fucking how this works. We've seen it for years. How the goalposts get moved when a black fighter compared to a non-black fighter are brought into the conversation. Norman isn't competition, is competition, not a belt holder. Silly ass Waldochenko, can you name one boxer that Brian Norman has beaten? One boxer that Brian Norman has beaten. I believe it's official. Cause evidence, I guess Adamus didn't want the fight. Fucking Adamus, right? GGG was a 20-plus WBA regular champion. Defended his title 20 times. Yeah. And that WBA regular title that he defended was the same title that Bernard Hopkins defended 20 times as well. So he defended the exact same fucking title that Bernard Hopkins defended. So let's argue that. I'm just quoting John Boxing. It's interesting in heavyweight. Alex more than the Boost fight. Wasn't it the real belt? Polanco Norman is a better fight than Haney Norman. I don't know if that's true. I would say for Brian Norman, the Polanco fight is more dangerous in a sense because Polanco is an unknown factor with legitimate power, right? A legitimate welterweight. And you'd be fighting him not because of money, but because of the challenge, real competition. Brian Norman fighting Haney is because it's a career payday, a career fucking financial opportunity you could not walk away from. Looks like Thurman Funduro fight pushed back to January. I think PBC will put the fight on the undercard of Pacquiao versus Barrios to help the pay-per-view buys. That makes sense. If you're going to give us bullshit fights, you might as well double it up. Junto is a belt holder. No, silly ass Waldochenko. Junto is a unified 118-pound champion. You're not a belt holder when you're a unified champion, beating another champion to unified titles. See, this is the problem with you and John Boxing. If this was a black fighter, you would find reasons to fucking hype him up. Because it's not a black fighter, you're going to find ways to discredit him. Junto's fighting a Nui in 2026. Who's Devin Haney fighting in 2026? Not a fucking pound-for-pound fighter, guaranteed. Probably Pacquiao, if Pacquiao beats fucking Rolly Romero. Why? Because that's what these American black fighters are interested in. Money, not legacy. Raf Junto is one of my favorite to watch, but the competition's got to step up. You're full of shit. What do you mean competition? He's fought every single fighter available to him. The only fighter that you could say was real competition he hasn't fought. Good combination from fucking Vila. Roman's going to win this fight. And in the 10th round, now he's styling and profiling. And literally Smalls has made 0 adjustments in this fight. And he's thrown some of the biggest fucking misses in boxing history. He looks like Canelo versus Erizandi Lara with some of the hooks that he's throwing. Don't trade with him, Vila, Roman. Because his name is Roman, I keep saying his last name is Vila. Remember Roman Vila. Oh, fucking caught Smalls with a fucking clean shot. Smalls' defense is actually, right now his hands are down and he's just wide open for big counters. Oh, fucking Roman beat another up-and-coming young black American fighter. You know, let's see if the judges are going to be fair. Santillan is a great win for Norman. Why is Santillan a great win for Norman? Who the fuck is Santillan? How's he bounced back and done since he got beat by Norman? he was being used as a fucking cherry pick opponent for fucking Xander Zayas. Like, you of course are going to say Santillan's a great win for Norman, but then you shit on the 9 world champions that Junto Nakatani beat, 2 of whom are currently fucking world champions right now. And what did you say? Well, he fought them very early in his career. Don't matter when he fought him. He fought guys that are currently world fucking champions early in his career, and then world champions later in his career. And now he's moving up to his 4th weight division to fight a pound for pound fighter in a Nui. There's nothing you can say that's going to fucking diminish what he's doing to hype up fucking Devin Haney for what he's doing. What's Devin Haney doing? He's fighting a belt holder at 147 pounds. Norman is no different than fighting fucking Mario Barros. There's no difference. Actually, the difference is Mario Barros is more established. Mario Barros' best win versus Ugas is literally better than any win Brian Norman has on his resume. It's a way better win than fucking Santillan because Ugas beat fucking Pacquiao. But let's see what the judges say. See, fucking, they're telling you the fix is in. Smalls did not win that fight. Literally.
What do you think, Sergio? The longer it takes, the more I'm going to favor Roman.
See? Which means that they were fucking favoring Smalls, but Smalls didn't win that fight. You guys watched the fight. Do you think Smalls beat fucking Roman? Outside of the 3rd round when he knocked him down, what did he do? If he wins, that's why people fucking walk away from boxing, because of terrible judging and fucking biased commentating.
And read as follows. Dave Braslow, 98-91. Steve Weisfeld, 96-93. Eric Marlinsky,
Should be Roman.
94, all 3. Your winner by unanimous decision. And the new WBA Continental North American Welterweight Champion.
Even Smalls knows it's a fucking robbery. Fucking robbery. Robbery. Literally, one judge had it fucking 8 points. That, my friends, is the problem with boxing. That's the problem with boxing. That's a blatant fucking robbery. There's no way Tamir Smalls fucking beat fucking Roman. He didn't beat him. He didn't land more punches. He didn't do anything to deserve that victory. What a fucking load of bullshit. I would agree with Roman because he won that fight easily. Golovkin held the secondary title. Silly ass, you do realize that secondary title is the same title that Bernard Hopkins held, right? That's the same title that Bernard Hopkins defended his whole career, because there was no super title when B-Hop was fighting. That super title was only made for Floyd Mayweather, so Floyd Mayweather wouldn't have to fight mandatories. See, that's the problem with dudes like you. Every time you open your mouth, silly ass, we know you're fucking full of shit. Randall is a decent win as well for Norman. Hopkins defended against Hall of Famers, and it wasn't an interim belt. It was a super title. No, it was the exact same belt. They are fake, the super and the real ones. Raf True. Notice your avatar. I heard Ryan Garcia was facing Barrios, or they're trying to make that fight. That's a good opponent. Makes sense. If he's looking for John, he's totally looking for John boxing brownie points. No, the mandatory rules are non-existent for super champions, and if you don't have a threat of a mandatory, you are not the champion. Exactly. You're always talking about race. Let's stop the race baiting, brother. Who? Me? What's the race? Look here. They say that fucking he landed 17% of his punches. And they say this guy won. And he won by 8 fucking points on one card. Was outlanded. Percentage-wise, fucking Roman won. And if you watch the fight, Roman won. Like, there's clear that fucking Roman won. Like, that's some bullshit. Robbery. See, once again, what do you mean giving him credit? You're giving Devin Haney credit for fucking the Brian Norman fight, a fight that hasn't happened yet. So what's the difference? Like, literally, you're giving Devin Haney credit for a fight that hasn't happened, but you're going to use John Boxing's logic, giving Junto credit for a fight that hasn't happened. Junto and Inui are fighting on a co-main event card in Riyadh season as a prelim for their super fight in Japan in 2026. Like, only a fucking idiot would come up with that kind of stupidity. Nobody's raising Junto Nakatani on a pound-for-pound list based on him potentially fighting Inui. We're talking about what fighter he's moving towards, and that the fight is fucking signed, sealed, and delivered. John Boxing is trying to use Brian Norman to catapult fucking Devin Haney into the top 5 of the pound-for-pound list. You know that, I know that, and you will defend it and you will justify it because you are just fucking as much of a problem as John Boxing. One of the rules for acquiring WBO super status is how good your TV contract is. Really? These fucking sanctioning bodies, that's why I say Turki Al-Sheikh and those guys shouldn't use them. They should fucking totally cut ties with all those fucking scumbags. You're saying Roman is winning is crazy. He's losing. Damon, how's he fucking losing? See, once again, this is you only supporting fucking the black guy because he looks like you. I'm not supporting Roman because I like him and because he looks like me. I'm supporting him because he was the fighter that needed to control the range, control the distance, win the battle of the jabs. And that's exactly what he did. He fucking literally nullified Smalls' fucking offense. Outside of the third round where Smalls was able to fucking 60% are saying Smalls won. Those 60% are listening to the commentators that fucking are acting like if Smalls lost, it was a robbery. You heard fucking what's-his-face say, well, look how long they're taking to tally up the scorecards. Makes me feel like Roman's going to get the win. Meaning that they feel confident Smalls won and that if he doesn't win, it's obviously something wrong. You know, you're the problem with the sport of boxing. You're so fucking racially fucking motivated. I don't care who wins the fight. If Smalls would have came out and looked fantastic, I would have praised him as a superstar in the making. But unfortunately, he showed that he's nothing special. He was knocked on his ass in round 3, and outside of that, you can't tell me another round that fucking Smalls won. Let's not let the sanctioning bodies pull the wool over eyes. Fucking sanctioning bodies, the cancer to boxing. No, silly ass Waldochenko. The champions Junto beat did not hold fucking interim titles, you stupid fucker, and regular titles. You're wrong. You're full of shit. But of course, I know you're just trolling because that's what you do. Yes, Roach's best win was DeMarco. The hate for Devin is crazy. Why not congratulate? Who's hating on Devin Haney? Like, see, that's the problem with you, Damon. You fucking project your fucking racism and hate. I said Devin Haney fighting Brian Norman is a great opponent and is going to catapult him onto the pound-for-pound list and make him a 3-weight world champion. That's hate? How is that hate? IBO is decent, to be fair. Drew with Pacquiao never beat him. Waldo, I think many edge Barrios. I don't rate Barrios very highly, but I don't think he is better than Norman. Robbery. Let's go. The black guy always beat the Caucasian. See, your statement tells us everything you need to know. You tell me about being racially motivated, but look at you. Machado, Rocha beat Prime Cobbs. Who the fuck is Cobb? Oh my God. And went on to beat pound-for-pound fighter Broner. Silly ass, we're just going to fucking ignore you from now on because you're just a troll. Barrios and Ryan is a decent fight, but it might be boring too because both guys got power. Who do you have winning that? Well, I think Barrios, based on his jab, could cause Ryan a lot of problems. But obviously, Ryan is hoping to land a big left hand to change everything. Hey, Diego Pacheco. What's Diego going to do next?
Yeah, you can say that for sure. We both got knockout power, and we're both coming in with every single hit. So definitely, I'm looking to get back into knockout ways. So, I'm ready to go. Whatever it takes to win. December 13th, I'll come out with my already. You're coming off that win over Trevor McCumbee. You decided to make a change with your team, moving on from Jose Benavidez Sr. What went into that decision, and what are you hoping for into next year? There's a lot of things that are going on in my camp, that I thought I have to make a change, and thank God, now that change was made, and I'm back in LA in my home and training hard.
9 world champions. 9.
We can be up on the WBO together a little bit later. Yeah. You're back. You're going to win in January. Now you're back in the ring to bookend this year. What are you looking forward to with this fight? Honestly, man, just getting back in the ring. It's been since January ago, and honestly, I'm itching just to put somebody back on the bench. Honestly, I see hits out here. I'd be lying if I said anything about back into the ring. What do you hope that a win in December?
Attacking John.
You're a player at 140 pounds. You're wildly entertaining every time you're in the ring. What do you hope you can get into next year? Honestly, man, just more rankings into the organization. That's what I want. I feel like if I want these guys, I got to get in the ranking.
Who's Pacheco fighting?
Eddie, it's always good to have California guys on a California show. Game 4 is also going to be on this card as well. A big draw.
Nobody removed Tony versus John Ruiz from history. Of course, Mercado's a hype job because he's not black, right? You guys are fucking clowns. Saggio? Pacheco's fighting Saggio. That's a great fight. Great fight.
He's the future. He's going to be there for a long time. And this guy, we've been waiting for him to come back since January. He's been out injured. He's been terrorising everybody at 140 to 147. He's going to back it up in the ring. A massive night in California to end what has been a great year in the US. And keep an eye on these guys, the future of the sport. All right, let me ask you about the future. Both these guys are itching for those world title shots. Where are they going to come? Where do these guys get those opportunities in 2026? Well, there's going to be a lot of fragmentation at 168 with Crawford. There's going to be some mandatories coming in. We had a good meeting today with Diego.
Great matchup. And Machado is just a prospect who's moving into contender status. How's he a bum? The guys look spectacular.
When he comes through Saggio, Petito, we would have filled him to a shot at the World Championship at 140. But after this fight, it's a good opponent coming December 13th. He wants one of those big names. Like I said, he's been terrorising him. And he's got the power, he's got the skill. There's some great names at 140 and 147. And
Damon, you say he's a big mouth. You had fucking Shakur, Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney. Nobody talks more than those guys. Literally, I never see a tweet from fucking Ernesto Machado. You like him until he fights a black fighter, and then you're going to call him a hype job, right? It's just there's no black fighter, black American fighter at 168. Otherwise, you'd be shitting on him. I look at Pacheco and BoxRec, and they don't have anything. Well, obviously, it's just being set up. But, oh, yeah, there's the Canadian guy versus Guido Vinelli. You know, as a boxing fan, why wouldn't you like Pacheco and Ernesto Machado? You don't have to favor them. You could favor a fighter that looks like you just because he looks like you. That's fine. But criticizing these fighters just because they don't look like you, that's racism. Saggio and fucking Pacheco is a great fight. Saggio's a guy that we've been pushing, David and me, for a long time, wanting him to get a big fight. When fucking Mimbili was going to fight Saggio, we were super stoked. And then, of course, Mimbili pulled out of the fight. And then so you're left in a position going, now what the fuck's going to happen? And the fact Pacheco is jumping on him, great fight. Iglesias beats both. Yeah, Bobby, you don't even like Iglesias. He just more black than those guys are. That's the only reason you fucking saying anything good about him. I'm so mad at Pacheco for not stopping McCumbee, but Saggio is a good fight. Smash the like buttons. Smash the like buttons. JA, I project. Yeah, okay. I ain't projecting. You don't see me hating on black fighters just because they're black. Picking Smalls to lose to that guy. I picked, my prediction was Smalls to win by knockout. So my prediction was okay. I got the right guy. So based on my prediction league, I fucking correctly picked it. But watching the fight, Smalls didn't beat that guy. Has nothing to do with race because I'm not fucking Latino. I'm not black. I'm not Asian. Saggio, where's Saggio? Oh, BoxRec, man. They don't even. Saggio must have been out of the ring for a long time. They don't even have him listed. About this Canadian guy?
From Rome, Italy, Guido.
Yeah, BoxRec doesn't even list Saggio.
Villanello.
Guido Villanello.
Here comes the gladiator, dressed the part as well. Chris, he was in a shootout, a split decision loss against Anthony Java, and then she gets knocked out later with Mahmuda. He just didn't look great against Richard Torres Jr., and a lot of people think, maybe this guy doesn't have the goods. What say you?
I think we're going to find out in this fight tonight. He admitted he looked poor against Richard Torres. He told us he didn't want to get up for that fight. He thought the Mahmuda fight would lead to a much bigger one, and he wasn't all that motivated.
That's true. You beat Mahmudov, and all of a sudden you get a prospect. That's kind of disrespectful.
In the best possible shape, the Latinos and his promoters over at Top Rank know that this is really his last chance. If he wants to get on that world level and prove he belongs against title contenders, this is probably his last opportunity to do so.
That's probably true, Mike.
And now entering the arena, Alexis the Great Barrier.
French Canadian. Barriere.
Speaking of hell, here's Hell's Bells, and as Travis Kelsey makes his way to the ring. He said, everybody, stop so on a daily basis, said, look, you're Travis Kelsey. Into the airplane flying.
I don't think he looks like Travis Kelsey.
Yeah, it's a competitive fight on paper. I think the biggest question is Barriere as good as his record indicates? We have a lot of data on Guido Villanello. We know what works and what doesn't work with him. Barriere has that great record. He's got a lot of knockouts, but he hasn't done it against top competition. This is the fight where we find out if he's for real.
That's always the question, right? When a guy hasn't stepped up, you don't know how good he is. That's what I say about everyone. Guido, we've seen in with solid competition. Whether he won or lost, he was competitive. We've never seen this kid fucking in with anybody. So how good is he? Tonight we'll find out. Really? AJ versus fucking Mahmudov? I thought from what I heard he was going to be fighting in Africa. Hopefully not Nigeria, because that place is fucking in the middle of genocide. Killing all the Christians. And nobody's talking about it. Ricky Gonzalez.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, 10 rounds of boxing scheduled for the WBC Continental America's Heavyweight Championship. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, he wears silver with gold trim. He's still
Barriere, 12-0, 10 KOs. But who's he beaten?
13 victories, 1 defeat, 1 draw, with 11
I mean,
victories coming by way
his last fight was a good opponent, but other than that, he's being brought up like a prospect, right? I'm not a Christian, but I come from a Christian country. And I do realize that Christians are far more accepting than Muslims. Christians don't go to countries and fucking kill all the population to try to get them to convert. Not anymore. Not anymore. Historically, maybe. But I'm not a Christian. Actually, I just had one of my friends, because we're going back and forth on Facebook, because she's just one of these typical left wing fucking radical women that are fucking selling Christian countries, fucking selling them down the hill. Europe and North America are being fucking sold for pennies. And these women don't realize that what they're pushing for is going to take away their fucking rights as women and turn them into second class citizens. Me as a man in a Muslim country, it'll be fine. I'm not going to fucking, the only thing I can't do, what, drink? I don't drink that much anymore anyway. But for women, okay, you're going to get what you asked for. And I'm going to sit back in Taiwan, which is not going to be impacted by any of this. Taiwan is not Muslim, not Christians. Obviously, they have a bit of that, more Buddhists and Taoism. So very Asian religions. You never see Buddhism ever go to a country and try to kill the fucking people that disagree with them. That's why I'm not Buddhist, but I lean more towards Buddhism than I do the other religions, because the other ones are just bullshit. Here we go. Let's see if this Canadian kid's got anything worth talking about. He could make a statement against Guido today and then go on fight Richard Torres, beat Richard Torres, and then have Richard Torres get the decision, like we saw against Smalls. One thing about Guido, he's a tough son of a bitch, that's for sure. Guido's kind of like an Allen, right? Some potential there. Obviously not a guy that people would talk about as being the best heavyweight in boxing, but a contender, a guy that could win some, lose some, get paid some big cash in the process, make a good living, right? You know, he's kind of that kind of fighter. You got him on the ropes, hit that body. Ah, come on, kid. Stop fucking trying to tag the fucking head. Guido's fucking body is right there. Lower your fucking range and fucking hit him with that left hand right to the gut. Boom! Guido definitely looks like he's got the longer range. So can he establish his jab? If he does that, it should be an easy night for him. What was my prediction this week? I just put my predictions in last night. I had Padley by 9th round KO, Burchelt winning, Ennis by 7th round, Villanelli by 5th round, Smalls by 3rd round KO. So obviously I was off. Smalls did not impress me nearly as much as I was hoping he would. One shot and someone is sleeping. Definitely the biggest guy Alexis has fought. Oh shit, Guido is massive. I've seen him in person a few times. Of course, Damien, you don't care who wins. Neither guy's fucking black. Guido is going to fight this fight like every round is his last round. Well, he should, because he's got to win this fight. If he loses to this guy, he's just going to be an opponent that isn't given big opportunities financially. If he wins, at least he's going to put himself back in position for some big fights. Guido is such a fucking one-hand fighter. All he does is throw the right hand. Mouse under the left eye of Guido. Is this the co-main event? I think it is, yes. It looks like it when you look at the card breakdown. But BoxRec, this is how effective they are. these fights have happened, yet nobody's adjusted anything on the fucking app. So we don't know who won, lost, or draw. Setting up for a counter. Guido is going to fall into something. Well, he definitely could. That's why he's got that mouse under his eye for a big counter shot, right? Guido should be fighting for more of a high guard. Throwing the jab, getting inside, and fucking letting his two hands go. There, Guido, throwing the body shot. Throw more of that. Heavyweights that don't throw body shots, I don't understand. Yeah, throw that left to the body, it'd be more effective. Guido's fucking coming to fight, man. Nice left hand from Guido. There you go. Hit that body. If I was Guido, I think I'd be fighting out of Italy, right? Trying to build up my Italian fucking market, fighting in Europe. Win that European heavyweight title. Build up a big Roman, big fucking Italian fan base. Knocking out Europeans and North Africans. This fight is way more interesting than the last fight. Well, that's because here neither guy is a guy trying to control the distance behind the jab and footwork, not like Roman. But that just shows you how successful that fight was. But it wasn't exciting. That's because Roman won the fight and the fight went the way he wanted to. If Smalls had won the fight would have turned out more like this, and Smalls would have got a fucking knockout victory. But he didn't, because the fight didn't work out the way he wanted. What's up, Gaza? Good day. At this pace, I wonder how Guido's fucking gas tank is going to do. For a heavyweight matchup, this is a fast pace. Obviously, the Quebecois kid, he's fighting like Usyk in there. So obviously, he's got a very good gas tank. I thought Alexis' defense would be better. His defense is pretty good. He's not getting touched very much. And he's making Guido work fucking like crazy. This is round 2. I don't know if Guido can fight at this pace for another 3 fucking rounds. He's a plodding heavyweight, right? That's used to fighting at much more of a slow, methodical sort of rate. In this fight, he's needed to really pick it up. Nice combination from Alex. Not big power shots, but fucking short, straight, effective. Round 3. Oh, Canada. Well, next year, Barrera is going to be fighting fucking Clarissa Shields because he's going to cross over to become a fucking woman to get Clarissa Shields in a heavyweight matchup. Because that is the way Canada is going. Soon the government's going to fucking be giving transgendered fucking people like big paydays. And if they convert to Muslim, even fucking more. Muslim transgender. I mean, that's going to be the future of the world. Ali Akbar. I'm going to get a big fucking Muhammad tattoo on my back. Muhammad with his fucking 7-year-old wife. If Boots goes to the decision, will you criticize him? It depends on how the fight goes. How can I make a stupid statement like that? I don't even know much about Lima, so I don't know what kind of opponent he is. Lima could go out there and be a great opponent. And if Boots goes in there and wins convincingly, he doesn't need to score a knockout. See, Bobby, what you're mistaking me for is John Boxing. John Boxing is the guy that's literally shit all over Boots Ennis, criticized his level of opposition, and didn't give him any credit at all. Me, I've been giving fucking Boots Ennis credit for years. So I think you're pointing fingers at the wrong person here. I didn't criticize fucking Boots for taking on an unknown opponent in his second division. Not like John is doing with Junto Nakatani fighting Sebastian Hernandez. Sebastian Hernandez and Lima. Is there any difference between those two? None at all. But yet, Junto's being hated on by John Boxing for taking on that opponent. I didn't fucking hate on Boots Ennis for taking on Lima. People did, not me. I don't care if people take on opponents that the public thinks are not fucking potential guys that could beat them. Because I understand that not every fight is going to be against that level of opposition. But when you try to hype up a guy based on taking an opponent that's not really proven, that's when I'll point that out. Like when Tank Davis fights Frank Martin, a guy who'd never beaten a top 10 135-pound fighter, and then you act like a Frank Martin win is better than unifying titles. I will point out the hypocrisy there because no, Frank Martin is not a better win than beating a fucking champion, even if he is just a belt holder, because him being a belt holder is still more than Frank Martin ever fucking did. So yes, I would give Devin Haney more credit for facing Brian Norman than I give Tank Davis credit for beating Frank Martin. Lima is top 10 at 154. Top 10 in what sanctioning body? There's 4 sanctioning bodies. What's up, Stringer from above? If Boots breathes the wrong way, these clowns going to tax him. They don't like Boots over here in the States. Well, that's the thing. Black Americans have primarily been the people shitting on Boots Ennis. But yet they are the first ones to put him on their pound-for-pound top 10 list, even though he doesn't deserve to be pound-for-pound top 10 at this point. Hit the likes, fellas. It only takes a second or two. Yeah, it's easy. Wish Alex would go to the body. Well, that's the thing. Both of these guys need to go to the body a little more. There you go. Good body shot in the inside. Fucking Guido is coming. Guido don't want to go many rounds, so he's like, man, I got to get this fucking guy out of here. Fighting Guido is like fighting a bear. A little clumsy but powerful. They shaved the bear and put him in the ring. If I was Barrera, I would have looked to see what Torres did that was so successful against Guido. And I think probably that would have been a jab. You haven't really seen Alex throw fucking any jabs. Like a guy like Guido coming straight at you, you just need to throw a fucking straight punch. He's walking right into it. Straight fucking jabs, man. Boom, right in his fucking head. That's going to knock his head back, throw him off of balance. You know, oh, nice little uppercut from Alex. Alex is a shifty little fighter. He doesn't load up in his shots, but he fucking just picks them, right? Nice jab. That's it. Keep hitting him with that jab. Let's go, Alex. Oh, that straight fucking left hand. He doesn't see it and he's just getting fucking nailed by it. Guido didn't like that straight left. Short fucking straight shots, man. Uh-oh. Alex is done. So much success. Oh. Better to take a knee, kid. Instead of getting really hurt, take a knee, dust yourself off, slap yourself in the head. You were doing really well with that straight left hand. So compose yourself. Let's get ready. 17 seconds. You can last. Move. Don't punch with him. Move. Move, Alex. Move. You're supposed to be a mover. Oh. Guido, you better fucking bring it. Come on, ref. You don't need to fucking stop it. Nothing's landed. Oh. Well, yeah. Also working with Canelo, he's got tons of fucking hate. Even though, really for him as a fighter, working with Canelo is going to make him fucking even better, right? Because you're getting in there with a pound for pound quality fighter. So it's only going to improve you. Can you please take my trolling statement off the screen? It's kind of embarrassing. Let's go. The black guy always beats the Caucasian. I would take it off, but unfortunately, I don't know how to take it down. I could only put a new statement up. So maybe leave something positive, and then I'll post that one, and then this one will disappear because your new statement will kick it off. Machado boot softened Canelo up for Bud. Remember, I called it in the channel a while ago. Here we go. Can he do it? Oh, Guido. Guido's fucking re-energized. That punch didn't even fucking really land. Alex is done. Man. Yeah. Guido, let's go. Yeah. I always felt Guido would beat this guy. What round was that? What round did I predict Guido would win? I had Guido winning by 5th round TKO. So. Yeah, his legs totally went stiff. As I said, if you want me to take down this comment, write something positive, and then I'll post it. Is there another fight? Yes, Boots Ennis is fighting Lima next. Good win for Guido. Guido's a good fighter, man, right? Is he going to be like one of the best heavyweights in boxing? Of course not. But he's a solid fucking top contender in boxing, right? Solid. Canadian hype job. It's okay. I didn't even know the guy was Canadian until you told me. My low information scouting report on Alex wasn't too good. Guido's a big dude. He's a monster, man. Obviously, he's not that skilled. Look, fucking the tank is out. See, I thought Guido would be the one that would fault under the high pressure of the fight. I felt that the Canadian, who was much more of a mover, would probably have the better gas tank, but no. I think the reason he got stopped in this fight, because look, you got knocked down by a grazing fucking shot. I think it's more because his gas tank was done. Remember when fucking Kovalev knocked out fucking Yard with a jab? Because Yard just had no legs left, right? Because you get fucking hit by a grazing punch like that. It's like, really? Really? You called nothing, and Boots is the who got softened up. Laugh out loud. Sunday afternoon boxing is great with a few JDs. How good is Lima? Is he a complete bum? I'm trying to watch a good fight. that's the question. We don't really know how good Lima is. Lima is a European-based fighter who's faced mostly European type of dude, so we don't know that much about him. They acting like he just won a title eliminator. He hit him in the ear, equilibrium shot. Well, for Guido, it is kind of a title eliminator. Him winning this fight is obviously going to move him in contention for maybe a big baby Anderson fight or something like that. Andy Ruiz fight. You know, the irony. Sorry, what did I just do? John Boxing wants to praise Erickson Lubin as an opponent for Virgil Ortiz, right? He will praise him as an opponent. The irony behind it. But then you're going to be criticizing everything that Junto Nakatani does. Yeah, Virgil Ortiz ducked Bud Crawford at 147, just like Boots ducked Bud Crawford at 147, moved up to 154, had opportunities to fight 2 world champions, potentially 3. He's the interim champion for the WBC title, so he should be fighting Funduro, not Keith Thurman. He was called out by Xander Zaya as the WBO champion, and he easily could have had a Murtazalia fight, but his team came out and said they struggle to make the weight, so they don't want to fight at the IBF. But then because people want to hype up Lubin because he's a black American fighter, then, he's a great opponent, unbelievable, oh my God, the best ever. Yet the only thing we could say about him is every time he steps up, he fucking gets knocked out. Literally, every time he steps up, he gets knocked out. Guido won't fight Atoma, no. Atoma's going to be fighting, I think, mostly UK type of fight opponents next. Oh, so that's a WBC title. There you go. Machado, you probably got that Aki and Dante, laugh out loud. Well, for sure he probably got it from Aki and Dante. He's only praising Ortiz because he's fighting a black American. Well, he's not even praising Ortiz. He's mostly hoping that Lubin can beat Ortiz and then he will talk about, whoa, Ortiz is a hype job. So Lubin gets his best career win, but you're going to shit on his opponent, which consistently is what people do. Like you look at John and these guys that shit on Canelo after he lost to Bud Crawford. Like literally that's Bud Crawford's best career win. And you're dismissing it and downplaying it. How does that look? It makes you look like a clown, to be fair. Dubois is going to fight the Cuban. I don't watch your hero just calm down and worry about pleasing Saint Don. The way he clowned you and the Drunk Irishman was a classic. WBC Continental American title. Yeah. All that means is you put yourself in higher position by the WBC. So, don't be surprised if whoever is ranked high by the WBC potentially could get a fight with him. I don't know what the rankings are right now, but let's look. Share screen. Haha. So there you go. You're still not helping yourself, Damon. You're still not giving me a statement I can put in front. Lubin needs the title win. He's been in the league for years. He deserves it. Another of tough fights with no hardware makes forgotten fighters. When is Parker versus Wardley? I'm excited for that one. I think next week maybe, or the week after. Guido's been training for 6 months. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. But there you are. So right now, as I said, Jared Anderson potentially could be an opponent for him, or look for him to potentially fight Richard Torres Jr., right? That's kind of the opponent he's going to get, somebody like that. But look, right now he's at number 15. Winning this title, moves him up the list. But look forward to him potentially fighting Anderson and Torres, being used as an opponent, right? That's probably what they're going to use with Guido. They're going to use him for an opponent. Isn't Torres a top ranked fighter? If that's the case, then he's probably going to fight Torres. And if he beats Torres, he puts himself right in position to potentially be a WBC mandatory opponent. Not that I think Torres should be ranked that high, but because who did Torres beat? Torres' best win is against the number 15 fighter, but somehow now he's at number 4. As if that makes any sense in the world. BDA did the thing you're talking about. They all picked Canelo by brutal knockout, saying Canelo is way more skilled than Bud, but now they're saying Canelo took a dive for Turkey. Can't just take an L. Yeah, there's all kinds of fans that do that shit. Like, I condemn that as well, because it's like, get real. We've already seen Canelo get beat by guys like Floyd and Bivol. That's why I predicted that Canelo was going to lose to fucking Bud Crawford, because it was obvious. It's not that he couldn't have potentially scored a knockout, but if it didn't score a knockout, you'd have to favor Bud Crawford to win. You got to favor him, right? Guido, AJ, no chance. Sounds like they would be a good tune-up for AJ. Yeah, I guess that's true, right? If you're going to fight potentially the winner of Makhmudov versus Allen, Guido Bellinelli is probably better than that, but not much better. Aki Dante are the only ones saying Boots got softened up by Canelo, so I know you got it from them. Are they saying Boots got softened up? I think arguably Jesus Ramos has beaten better fighters than Virgil has. David, stop. I thought you fucking lost interest in Jesus Ramos. He hasn't beaten better opponents. He didn't beat anybody as good as Madrimov or fucking Boholchuk. Don't you think Kabayal is being too inactive? I don't know if he's being too inactive or that people just don't want to fight him because he's too dangerous. I think he's being ducked. That's what I think. I think he is the best fighter out there, not named fucking Usyk. I think he would beat Parker, and I give him a good chance of beating Usyk. You got to remember, Ramos was the first guy, I believe, to beat Mendoza. Do you have permission to be here? St. John's going to be angry. Nelo's legacy took a huge blow. No, it didn't. Get real. Losing to an undefeated future Hall of Famer, 2-weight undisputed champion, is far from fucking legacy fucking destroying. I bet on a draw Canelo Bud, and I felt very confident in it. Well, you were wrong. Chi Macho, the Irishman, got taken to school by me. So Lubin beats Virgil isn't a career best win. If Lubin beats Virgil, for Lubin, it is a career best win. Machado, me and St. John squashed the beef. Aki TV used to go live back in the day. Wonder what happened. Who can listen to that fucking guy? What a clown. I mean, I guess Virgil has a better resume than Ramos. Shut up already. Why is Ramos fighting Mosley Jr.? Well, he's moving to his next division, right? So you're taking on a name opponent, but not the most dangerous opponent. And he was trying to put himself in line for that WBA world title fight with Lara. But of course, now Lara is fighting, what's his face? All right, we need Lima to win here to punish these guys for taking these fights. What do you mean punish these guys for taking these fights? Once again, here's somebody that wants to criticize Boots for staying active, taking on an opponent that could potentially be really decent. I thought Guasha beat Elijah Garcia and got robbed. I agree with you. I think so too. And Lubin has a win over Guasha. Funny how BDA bashes Wilder fans for making excuses, yet they are making excuses despite Canelo picking him to destroy Bud. I think it's a fair argument can be made is that Virgil's even better than Ramos, even though Virgil arguably has the better resume. Ramos is moving out of the division, so that tells you everything you need to know. Machado, you asked me the question, bro. I'm responding. Yes, BDA, good channel, but lots of excuses for losing, Canelo losing. I just don't like long lives. So that's why also him being on Canadian time, his videos are never on when I'm awake. I don't understand the dislike for Boots. What excuses did BDA and Micro Boo make? GG got first ballot. Hopefully you do a live on it. Once again, Bobby pushing his fucking narrative. I haven't been around. Who do you think would win the head-to-head matchup between Ramos and Virgil? I got Virgil. Chi-Chi's first ballot Hall of Famer. Yes, he is. Salute Sean. I think Boots will make a statement tonight. Let's hope so. Red carpet rolled out for him. Rolled out. This guy brought fucking boxing back to the Olympics. Thank you very much, GGG. You didn't see fucking Floyd Mayweather do that, but Golovkin did. BDA accepted the outcome. I watched all of their lives. BDA's from Canada. Yes, he is. We just need these guys to see the danger in taking an easy fight rather than really pushing for a big fight. But you can't always take big fights. They're not always available. The financing is not always available for those fights. You take on a decent opponent with your first fight to a division, very similar to what Junto is doing, very similar to what Ramos is doing. This is normally what happens. And then people go, well, Devin Haney is taking on fucking blah, blah, blah in his first fight at 147. No, his last fight was at 147 against fucking Ramirez. So please stop. Because it's a catch weight. It's over 140. So it's welterweight. He fought at welterweight already. So let's fucking jump that shit. He took on an easier opponent in Ramirez in his first fight at 147. I'll say that no matter what anyone thinks, Gigi is a Hall of Famer. Let it go already. Gigi arguably beat a prime Canelo twice at 35-36. Crawford beat a 35-year-old Canelo who visibly slowed down and gets gagged on. True. That's 100% accurate. Ramos is a good addition at 160. Well, you need some addition to 160. That's true. They pick and choose who gets credit and who doesn't. Exactly. How is Lima an easy fight? He's not an easy fight. It's just Americans are ignorant and they've never seen him fight. They don't know anything from him. So that must mean that he's shit. I think Ramos has better defense and better chin than Ortiz. So I would probably favor Virgil, but not by much. David, no one's even talking about that. Why do you fucking keep pushing this? No one cares about Ramos. Literally, no one cares about Ramos. Ramos is not on anyone's radar. What does that have to do with GG dominance and his fight with Canelo? 34. GG is a first ballot, and Tank Davis' resume is better. Think about that. Rolly. So please don't mention Rolly and talk about a better resume. Santa Cruz in his fourth division. Never fought since. It was bullshit. Garcia. Who's Garcia? Ryan Garcia, the guy who's never been a world champion. Petraza, yes, Petraza still Tank Davis's best win. And he's beat more champions should he make it. He's never unified. He's never fought a champion to unify titles at any fucking division. Golovkin was a unified champion 2 times and was ducked by every single middleweight fucking champion for years. GG never beat Canelo, 1 draw, 2 losses. Yeah, okay, silly Aschenko. History will not look at it the way you look at it. Sorry. History will consistently talk about Canelo's great resume, him being a Hall of Famer, and the fact that the majority of people feel he lost the first fight to Golovkin and then got caught using PEDs prior to the second fight with Golovkin. That's what history will tell you. Boots could have went for bigger fights with IBF, WBC, WBO champions rather than an easy road for the WBA. That's what I mean. But who's to say any of those other champions would be willing to fight him? Like Virgil is a WBC interim champion. Is he getting a fight with fucking the WBC champion? No. So as long as he gets a title, he's in a position to then get unification fights. Nobody that really watches boxing and isn't just a Golovkin hater thinks that Danny Jacobs beat Golovkin. Derevchenko, maybe. All of a sudden, Rawley's a great fighter. Exactly. Rawley fucking who's a clown, always been a clown. The only successful thing he did was beat Ryan Garcia. And what the fuck does that really mean? Not much. Gigi knocked out Murata, who was ranked top 3-5 gold medalist, avenged both losses, and G dominated and retired him. Is Lima better than Murtazaliev, Funduro, or Zayas? No. Probably not. Maybe, but probably not. But what does that mean? Does Boots need to fight a world champion in his first fight at 154 pounds? Does he need to? Is that normally what happens? People usually move up in weight and fight champions in their first fight in a division. Generally, that's not what happens. Occasionally it happens, but not usually. Unified against who? Murata, who beat nobody, and David the Bum Canadian. Damon, we're not even talking about Golovkin. You guys are just such a broken fucking record. All you can do is bring up Floyd Mayweather when you want to praise black American fighters and bring Golovkin when you want to downplay and dismiss non-black fighters. As if those are the only two fighters in boxing fucking history. And the only thing those two fighters have in common is that they're both fucking first ballot Hall of Famers and fucking that Floyd Mayweather blatantly ducked Golovkin like a bitch. GG beat Jacobs when Jacobs was on an 11th fight TKO streak. And Jacobs fucking refused to make next day weigh-in for the IBF title, meaning that he wasn't eligible to even win that title if he did beat Golovkin. So he would never have became a 3-belt unified champion. He would have only became a 2-belt champion because he wanted to weight bully the smaller fighter in Golovkin. So he came in much bigger, and that's why he was able to resist Golovkin's power. Another elite GG win. He beat Nello in his first fight, no question, no question. He can mandate those champions. He's going to fucking fight Lima, and then he's going to get an easy fight, not an easy fight, but easily made fight versus fucking Abos, who just became the WBA champion. That fight will easily be able to be made by Matchroom. Abos, a German fucking promoted fighter. Obviously, Matchroom, a UK promoter. So it will be easy to get him that fight. Far less politics involved in getting him a world title fight versus Abos to become a 2-weight world champion. And now he's a world champion. Now he's in position to make unification fights against all the other fighters, whoever is not a bitch. And we know what they want to do is fight Virgil Ortiz. Literally, that's what Matchroom, DAZN, and Golden Boy all agreed to fucking have Boots Ennis fight Virgil Ortiz in 2026. If GG is not a Hall of Famer, might as well take away 80% of the fighters who are already inducted into the Hall of Fame, like Vitaly, Vlad, Buddy McGirt, Carlos Palimo, etc., since they didn't beat anyone. And that's the thing about these casual fans today. They fucking get upset when I compare Golovkin to Hagler. But yet they don't know anybody Hagler beat until he fought fucking Duran, Hearns, and Leonard. And he lost to Leonard, the welterweight who jumped up 2 weight divisions. So he also lost in his biggest fight, just like Golovkin lost to Canelo. The difference is Canelo didn't jump up 2 weight divisions to fight him. Canelo was literally a middleweight world champion who literally got stripped of his title by the WBC because he ducked Golovkin. This is something people also don't talk about when they talk about the whole Canelo situation. Canelo literally blatantly fucking ducked Golovkin. If Golovkin would have been a black American fighter, imagine what YouTube would have been saying day in and day out about Canelo ducking a black American world champion or a black American fighter, right? Like, look what they said about Lomachenko with the WBC title. And Lomachenko didn't duck Haney. Lomachenko fought a champion in Tio to unify titles. Canelo literally dropped his title to duck a unification fight with Golovkin. Well, if you drop the belt, then that's on them, and Boots can hold it then. Danny didn't win ish. Danny who? Danny Garcia? None of these guys would drop their belts. Maybe Funduro. Funduro already dropped his belt. WBO. It's not as if Gigi belongs in the Hall of Fame. It's him being first ballot that's a huge problem. That's like John Boxing saying people were upset that Andre Ward became a first ballot Hall of Famer. No, people weren't angry that Ward became a Hall of Famer. What they were angry about is that James Toney didn't get into the Hall of Fame, but Andre Ward did. James Toney, who's got a way better legacy than Andre Ward. But make him drop it anyway. Funduro now has to explain that anyway. The reason I bring up Ramos is because Virgil, oh my God, you're still talking about Ramos. Bud beat Canelo at 38 while Gigi lost for the third time at 38. Damon, what exactly is your fucking point? Nobody's talking about Bud Crawford. No one's dismissing Bud Crawford. No one's hating on Bud Crawford. You're hating on Golovkin. Thoughts on Lamont Roach, Pitbull Cruz? Good fight. Ramos, Virgil would be, oh my God, Jesus Christ, David, get over it. All you can bring up is LDBC and Floyd Mayweather, Sean. Actually, today I never brought up the LDBC at all, Bobby. And I brought up Floyd Mayweather just to prove a point that guys like you and the rest of these guys in this fucking section that are hating on Golovkin always use Golovkin to hate on non-black fighters, always use Floyd to fucking hype up black fighters. Not every non-black fighter is Golovkin, and not every black fighter is fucking Floyd. Sorry. Drunka Irishman, all the men you listed got better wins than GG. We went over this at John's page. Oh my God. Yet John lies about how many world champions Golovkin fought. Every time. Blatantly lies about how many world champions Golovkin fought. Pazienza, Mickey Ward got in and GG was better than them both. Well, that's fucking ain't even a fucking argument. Golovkin's created a decade of 154 weight bullies. It's ironic because when Golovkin is with 160, you had Charlo, Lara, and fucking Andrade at 154. And what did those four world champions do? Did they step up to go to 160 to challenge Golovkin? No. What they did is fight amongst themselves to unify titles. No. All they did was cherry pick opponents to keep their titles, to fucking get fights on pay-per-view as world champions. Only when fucking Hurd came into the division did that division start fucking unifying titles. And then Charlo and Andrade moved to 160 and literally didn't fight fucking anybody. But Golovkin had to fight them. They wouldn't fight each other, not at 154, not at 160, not at 168. But Golovkin had to fight them. I've heard John boxing 8 times already. You brought up John. I never fucking talked about John now in this Golovkin thing. I never brought up Golovkin. That's you, Bobby, that keeps fucking always bringing up Golovkin. Literally, we're watching Boots Ennis fight, and we're talking about heavyweight fights right now and potentially who Vanelli could fight next, and you continue to bring up Golovkin, proving my point that you guys always use Golovkin to hate on non-black fighters and always use Floyd to hype up black fighters. Nothing's changed. It's the same thing for years. He didn't duck fucking Andrade and Charlo. Those guys didn't fight anyone at middleweight. Literally, Andrade never fought a world champion, but was gifted a title. And Ward, what are you talking about, ducked Ward? Ward was fucking inactive for 2 years. Took 3 interim fights before fighting Kovalev in his 4th fight coming back after 2 years of inactivity. Why would fucking Golovkin even look in the direction of Andre Ward, a guy who never had a successful pay-per-view fucking fight? He chased after the biggest fucking fight face in boxing, in Canelo Alvarez, and got paid fucking millions and millions of dollars, which is why Andre Ward is still bitter, because he's broke compared to fucking Canelo and fucking Golovkin. Broke. That's why he wrote a book nobody bought, and he continues to clout chase off of Canelo and Golovkin to this day. The bitter fucking bitch. I don't think Lubin is, oh my God. Paz didn't get first ballot, easy fight, LDBC, Wilder, Spence, O'Shaquie Foster. Well, actually, it's Wilder, Spence, and fucking Devin Haney, not O'Shaquie Foster. The top 3 LDBC fighters, Wilder, Spence, Devin Haney. Those guys fucking have boosted those 3 fighters like crazy. And inevitably, Wilder blew up and embarrassed them. Spence blew up and embarrassed them. Don't be surprised when Devin Haney blows up and embarrasses them as well. They're so racially charged, they keep putting all their money on the table on really bad bets that people have told them for a long time were bad bets. If G fought Canelo, Charlo, Andrade, and Ward, yeah, sure he does. Virgil Hill, Academy at 175 and cruiserweight, Trump, Golovkin. You guys, man, are pathetic. Like, literally. The amount of hate you've put towards Golovkin throughout his whole career, it's really sickening. You guys accuse other people of being racists, but yet, when we look at the content you've created for the last decade, it shines a light on you. He wasn't having promotional issues. He didn't want to fucking work with his promoter who had him under contract. And he wasn't having promotional issues while he was calling out Golovkin. His promoter died before he called out Golovkin. Golovkin called out Carl Froch, who just had a super fight in Wembley Stadium, selling out 70,000 seats, knowing that in the UK would have been a huge Golovkin-Carl Froch, great style matchup, huge fucking pay-per-view and matchup. And then Ward's like, what about me? I beat Carl Froch. Fight me. How come I can't get a payday? Because you're irrelevant. You're fucking always been irrelevant. You went to the Super 6. Nobody knew who you were. You won the Super 6 as the only fighter that didn't have to fight on the road. Even after you won the Super 6, you refused to fucking become undisputed. You made yourself irrelevant because your ego was too fucking big. And you thought you were fucking Floyd Mayweather, better than Floyd Mayweather. Andre Ward literally called out 147-pound Floyd Mayweather, right? Fuck that guy. Ward is a bitter bum. You're always talking about people ducking GG, but you never talk about GG ducked. He didn't duck Charlo and Golovkin and Andrade. Once again, when you're fighting fucking top-level competition like Canelo, how are you ducking fucking Andrade and Charlo? And then you end up losing to Canelo. Canelo would have fought Andrade for undisputed, but the IBF fucked everything up, as the IBF always does. But once again, guys like you only tell fucking revisionist history. You don't want to tell the whole fucking story. Well, it would have been a good fight. I don't think he would have won, but stylistically, it would have been a fun fight. Crawford fought Canelo, who couldn't even throw a jab or combination. It was Tank with Charlo Andrade, both champions in the same division. Sean would be dragging him for not taking those fights. Unlike Tank Davis, Golovkin did unify against other champions. Tank Davis literally ducked every world champion at 130 and then literally ducked every champion at 135, saying, I'm the A-side. I'm the A-side. I'm the A-side. So shouldn't you fucking chase after those fights? I'm the A-side. I'm going to cherry pick 130-pound fighters and pull them up in weight. Don't compare fucking Golovkin, who was calling out every world champion, who blatantly ducked him. John Boxing got like 100 videos literally telling Sergio Martinez and Canelo Alvarez and Cotto to not fight Golovkin. Literally, that's what guys like John were saying back in the day. They weren't saying, oh, we need that fucking unification. We need that smoke. We need to see Golovkin tested against fucking legitimate opponents. No, that's not what he was saying. He was saying, we need Golovkin to fight Andrade, Lara, and Charlo, who are at 154. Oh, Sergio Martinez, Cotto, and Canelo, they shouldn't fight him. He's got no name. He's got no name. He doesn't sell. Why would they fight him? Don't bother fighting him. So literally, he's trying to get 154-pound fighters to go up to fight Golovkin. And then he could criticize Golovkin for cherry-picking 154 fighters. And he was justifying middleweight champions ducking unification. But that's the guy you want to listen to. Okay. Damon, he didn't lose. The first fight was a draw. A draw is not a loss. Golovkin kept all three of his world titles, and then probably should have went on to fight Billy Joe Saunders to become undisputed. Isn't it ironic? If he would have beat Billy Joe Saunders, they would have said he was cherry picking Billy Joe Saunders and ducking Canelo, but he would have become undisputed. And then I wonder how you guys would be spinning this whole argument now. Oh, he didn't fight anyone. He was undisputed, just like Devin Haney. He fought fucking Billy Joe Saunders, just like Devin Haney fought fucking George Kambosos, right? Like, it doesn't matter what Golovkin did. You guys would always be hating on him because you always hated on him. That's the only truth to this whole argument. Well, you can't fight guys when they duck you. Literally, he got the WBC title because Canelo Alvarez got stripped for blatantly ducking unification. It's funny that Silyaschenko says he doesn't fancy the Eurobum narrative, but Ward's got serious good names on his resume. But yet Silyaschenko is fucking called Canelo's resume Eurobums. But then when you talk about Andre Ward, the whole Eurobum narrative fucking disappears. This is once again the hypocrisy you find from guys like Silyaschenko, right? Andre Ward fights all fucking white Europeans and is praised because of his great resume and the great competition he fought. Kind of like Golovkin beating guys like fucking Macklin, Murray, which were Eurobums. Golovkin fighting Billy Joe Saunders, Smith, Eurobums, right? Whenever we're trying to dismiss and downplay a non-black fighter, the amount of criticism and hypocrisy that comes out is ridiculous. What opponent at 168 has a Froch level resume? What's Froch's level of resume? You tell me Froch's 3 best wins. Kovalev is better than anyone on Golovkin's resume. Well, Kovalev is not better than Canelo Alvarez because Canelo knocked out Kovalev. Macklin and Murray were legitimate Eurobums. No, they weren't. Murray got robbed of a world title versus fucking Sergio Martinez in fucking Argentina. And he got robbed of a world title fight versus fucking Felix Sturm in Germany. But once again, ignorant, stupid people like yourself will say anything. Like, it's just ironic that this whole fucking comment went towards fucking Golovkin bashing because you guys have he was 100 years old. Stop. He was literally fucking 2 years older than when Kovalev beat him. I mean, when fucking Ward beat him. Chad is a mindset. I take anything that comes to my plate. I can't make this up. Oh, I remember the fight he definitely beat. Yeah, he beat fucking Sergio. He dropped him multiple times. And they didn't even fucking score it. And then fucking he got robbed in the cards. Here we go. 14-1, 10 KOs. I dated a girl from Angola. Woo! She was sexy. Oh my God. that girl was so hot and had such great tits. Oh my god.
Lima.
Listen to the Philly crowd booing him. Oh my god, John Boxing going to get upset.
And his opponent across the ring.
The American crowd is booing the black man.
He wears navy blue with white trim. He's standing at 150.
I'm curious at how good Boots will look now that he's at 154. So no longer draining himself to the same extent as he was before. I expect him to be better, more dynamic, more explosive.
Here is the former welterweight champion of the world, proudly fighting his home.
I don't even know what you said, Damon. You keep it real most of the time, but it's your boy. I get it if it's Devin. I'll argue too, the graveyard. I respect it. You can. I'm just being honest with Golovkin. I said from day one his resume wasn't great, but there was a reason why his resume wasn't great. Just like Hagler and B-Hop's resume weren't great until smaller fighters moved up in weight. If he would have got the Canelo Alvarez victory that he deserves in the first fight, you guys still would fucking hate on him. You know it, I know it. If he would have Billy Joe Saunders to become undisputed, you still would hate on him. You know it, I know it. Because you guys just can't accept Golovkin as one of the best fighters of his era and potentially one of the best middleweights of all time. But here we go. Let's see what Lima's got in his tool bag. And I hope to see Boots Ennis look fucking spectacular. But not getting a first round knockout. That would be spectacular, but then people would just criticize Lima as being a bum. So hopefully Lima shows that he's got some real skills. And Boots knocks him out sensationally. But round one, both guys trying to establish their jabs. Boots don't look really warm. He's not really that sweaty. But Boots definitely looks bigger than Lima, thicker. Boots switching. Oh, that uppercut. Oh, oh. No, I said I don't want the first round knockout. Come on, Lima. Show fucking some heart, toughness. You can't get blown out in one round. Switch into the fucking orthodox stance. That threw Lima off. He'd been practicing for the lefty. Boots trying to make easy work. Oh, damn. Boots, you ain't going to get credit if you knock him out in one round. People are just going to shit on him as a crappy opponent. We know how these guys hate. Dude, a minute and a fucking left. You're done. You're not going to last a fucking minute. No chance. No chance in hell. Did I call it? First round knockout. See, even the Philly crowd, man, they don't want fucking a first round knockout. That's too quick.
This crowd is going bonkers. There's levels in talent. There's levels in skill. And Gerard is at the top of that level. Just alpha performance by Boots Ennis tonight. Number 31, win number 31.
Abbas. It was that grazing uppercut right there that threw him off. Well, the problem was Boots is throwing punches from unorthodox angles, right? It's hard for a conventional fighter to be prepared for a fucking crazy uppercut the way Boots threw the first one. Like people will say that was the wrong kind of uppercut to throw. Virgil's defense in his face. The people who are bashing GG who watched and praised Boots for beating a fucking bum. Exactly. Both are C plus fighters. It ain't that impressive. They lasting well, but people are gonna put Boots pound for pound top 10 based on fucking this victory. Boots is 28, still has a whole career drunk. GG's first fight, live body, fought well into his 30s. Yeah, Bobby, and why was that? Why did Golovkin's first real live body come when he was in his 30s? Tell us, Bobby, why? Is that because he was ducking legitimate opponents his whole career? Is that why he didn't fight anybody legitimate? Why? Why is it? Come on, Bobby. Tell us why. Fucking follow the dreams footprints. Well, and I like Boots, and I think he's obviously going to be a pound-for-pound fighter once he becomes a champion and starts beating champions at 154. But he ain't going to have to do much at 154 for people to talk about him being pound-for-pound top fucking 5. Like, literally. Even John Boxing. 6 months from now, when Boots Ennis is a 2-weight world champion, don't be surprised when John Boxing is making videos talking about how Boots Ennis is better than fucking Inui, better than Junto, better than fucking all these other guys he consistently hates on. You know it, and I know it. Bobby, we're still waiting for you. Why did Golovkin not fight any top fighters until he was in his 30s? There you go. David Benavidez is going to get knocked the fuck out by Anthony Yard. You heard it here first. David Benavidez getting knocked the fuck out. Damn, Lima looked like garbage. Well, it's not that he looked like garbage. He never got a chance to look like anything because he got fucking knocked down real quick. Yeah, Shakur hasn't fought nobody. Shakur's best names on his resume, Zepeda, Valdez, Jamal Herring. That's his resume. And he's considered a pound-for-pound, almost top 5 fighter in boxing. Sean, you just don't like Benavidez. I just think Benavidez didn't do shit. You fucking say Golovkin didn't fight anyone until he was in his 30s. Fucking Benavidez didn't fight anybody until fucking Canelo Alvarez fucking became relevant in fucking 168. When Gigi had fights he could have fought in his 30s, he turned them down. Example, Damon, what fights in Golovkin's 30s did he turn down? Pray tell. Benavidez' resume is better than GG's. It's ironic you say that because one of the best wins on Benavidez' resume is David Lemieux. Woo! Baby! One of his best wins is David Lemieux. We're still waiting, Bobby, for you to tell us why Golovkin didn't fight any top fighters until his 30s.
In your very first fight in 154-pound division, what did you think of that performance? what I had to do. I did what I can do. I'm here at 154, made a statement. Let's bring them names. That was a very tough guy you had in front of you. Only one loss on his resume and never been knocked out. Career-long guy at 154 and above. Did you surprise yourself with how strong you were in the ring? No, I already knew. I feel like the more I go up, the stronger I'm going to get. I was fighting at 47 on my...
Greg Roberts, how you duck fucking a guy that was at 175 at 168. Literally, when Andre Ward came back out of 2 years of retirement, he never fought at 168. Every single fight he's had was at 175. Yeah, Bobby, that would be a little more fucking fair. He was in the same promotional stable in Germany as Felix Sturm. Why wasn't a world title fight with Felix Sturm and Golovkin, both in-house fights, fucking made when he was still promoted in Germany as a young 20-year-old? Ask yourself that. You know why? Because they did not want fucking Felix Sturm to go anywhere close to a young prime Golovkin. So Golovkin had to fight in fucking Latin America as a middleweight because his promotional team fucking ruined his career until he was able to get out of his contract and go to America. And then his first fight was supposed to be against Dmitry Pirog, the man who'd beaten Danny Jacobs. That was going to be his first fight in America. But, of course, you won't say that. You won't talk about that level of opponent. And even if he beat Pirog, you would have fucking then shit on Pirog and downplayed him because he's fucking just an Eastern European. But literally, the reason that fight didn't happen is Pirog had a fucking career-ending back injury in training for the fight. Right? And then fucking top pound-for-pound fight, world champions, Sergio Martinez, Cotto, Canelo, literally all in a chain of top fighters in the middleweight division, world champions. Ducked him. Felix Sturm ducked him. Fucking Pavlik ducked him. Pavlik. He was chasing after the Pavlik world title fight when he was still under the contract with the German promoter, right? But guys like you, and I understand you can't give a guy tons of praise for fights he didn't have, but you got to understand that he was literally being ducked like fucking crazy, just like Bud Crawford. It's ironic when I talk about how the PDC blatantly ducks Bud Crawford from 140 to 147 to 154. People don't get as upset as when I talk about how Golovkin was blatantly ducked his whole career at middleweight. What champions at 160 didn't he fight, Damon? Look at Charles Andrade's career. Who would be a Hall of Famer for beating them? Well, that's the thing. Those guys literally, Andrade had never fought a world fucking champion. Never. And when he did, he got knocked out. He broke it down live. That dude's a hater. What do you mean No, Pavlik wasn't washed, you idiot. He was a fucking middleweight champion when fucking Golovkin was trying to get the fight with him. See, you don't know that because you fucking are a hater and you don't know what Golovkin fucking tried to do and what he was trying to do when he was under German promoters. And the fact he didn't get the Pavlik fight. He didn't get the Arthur Abram fight. He didn't get the fucking Felix Sturm fight. These were fights he was pushing for hard. You hear him in interviews talking about how he was trying to get those fights. And even when he wasn't with the same German promoter, he still couldn't get the Felix fucking Sturm fight. They ducked him like crazy, which is why he defended the WBA regular title for so many years, because the WBA never fucking mandated him to fight Felix Sturm to become the super champion. But once again, guys like you are going to fucking make excuses because you just don't like Golovkin because he don't look like you. Andrade and Charlo came way fucking later, and those guys hadn't done shit. At 154, none of them unified against other top fighters. They moved into 160, fucking were given email titles, and didn't fight any legitimate opponents at 160. But Golovkin was ducking them, even though Charlo was a PBC fighter. So you know that fight was never going to get made. Andrade, maybe it could have got made. But who the fuck was Andrade? You guys acting like Andrade's career is great. Name one world champion Andrade's beaten in his career. Just one. Please, please, name one world champion Demetrius Andrade has beaten in his career. Just one. That's all. Just one. Name one. You would fight Lemieux, but not Charlo. So funny. Well, he fought Lemieux before Charlo was even in the 160-pound division, Damon Wester. So you make yourself look like a tool. He fought Murata instead of Andrade and Charlo. That's true. But Murata was a way bigger fight financially for Golovkin than fucking Charlo or Andrade. First of all, Charlo is still PBC, so that fight would never have happened to begin with. And Andrade is a fucking bum that nobody wants to watch, who's never had a successful fight in his fucking career. Murata was a Japanese hero, and Golovkin got paid fucking huge money to go to Japan to fight fucking Murata. Is this complicated? Canelo said Bud ain't done shit and didn't fight anyone. What the fuck did Bud do that ducking bums? Huh? He beat him. Why are you trying to use Canelo as a way to fucking somehow prove me wrong? I predicted Bud Crawford was going to beat Canelo fucking months before the fight. Talking to pro-blacks is like talking to mud, pointless. It's the same as talking to fucking white liberal women. Like literally. Look at these fucking comments on fucking Facebook from my ex-roommate, a friend, who basically called me a racist, right? Sean, you must be living in a bubble. Greta Thunberg sails into war zones to speak for people suffering under bombardment. She sits behind a screen posting, oh, you sit behind a screen posting hate. How am I posting hate when I think Greta Thunberg winning the Nobel Peace Prize is fucking laughable? Donald Trump is literally stopping the Palestine-Israel conflict. Greta Thunberg is a fucking plant, industry plant. That's all she is, and everybody knows it. She's getting paid to fucking go and push this kind of things. First, it's global warming. Now it's Palestine versus Israel. What's next? How come she's not sailing to fucking Nigeria to stop Nigerian Muslim Nigerians from killing Christians? Because that's not what fucking people are interested in. We don't care about that. Let the fucking Christian blacks in Nigeria get killed. She acts, you attack. That says it all. She acts, I attack. Just because I laughed when somebody said Greta Thunberg deserved the fucking Nobel Peace Prize. But this is how delusional people are. Like, you know, and then I said, basically, oh, so Trump, you know, literally is stopping the war. So you're going to give him a praise for that? What did she say? Of course, she didn't praise Trump. She said that people are still being killed, that Trump didn't do anything, right? You know, Trump hasn't stopped the killing of innocent civilians in Palestine. I mean, what else do you want fucking Trump to do? He just got them to sign a peace fucking agreement. The captives are being returned. And this is the kind of mentality you have to deal with white liberal women. And as I said earlier, when fucking Canada becomes a Muslim country and Sharia law is pushed into the country, she is the one that's going to suffer, and her daughter and fucking other women like her. But I'm racist. Actually, Muslims is not a race, it's a religion. So who am I being racist against? Middle Eastern people? Middle Eastern people are Caucasian, just like me. So who exactly am I being fucking a racist to? And I'm not a feminist because me fucking, you know, attacking Muslim women. I didn't attack fucking Muslim women. All I said is I don't think fucking Canada and Europe and America should let Muslim immigrants into the country. That's my opinion. If you disagree with it, that's fine. But my opinion is if Muslim countries don't want to take these people, why should Christian countries take these people? But this is the problem when you talk about racially charged black Americans who fucking think everyone is racist and that they are fucking unfortunately being attacked from everyone. Yet most of these black Americans would agree with most of the points I talk about. The transgendered issue, fucking, the whole issue with belittling men, fucking taking our power away, fucking putting men in women's sports, all these crazy fucking topics, woke fucking agendas, right? Most black Americans would fucking completely agree with me. And when the only thing she said that I agree with is that this is just a global conspiracy to get us fighting amongst ourselves. And she blamed it on Republicans, right? You fucking are a hypocrite when you fucking blame it on Republicans, but you say that they're trying to separate fucking people. Yeah, liberals fucking are doing it just as much as Republicans, actually more. I don't see Republicans protesting fucking all over the streets. Liberals, yes. Who's protesting Black Lives Matter, Palestine, fucking gay, transgendered rights, all this fucking stuff? Fucking the left. And then she goes, this is Republicans trying to fucking, separate us. Republicans. When was the last time Republicans were in power outside of Trump? And Canada, the last time the Conservatives were in power in Canada was 2015. So 10 years of liberal fucking government we've had in Canada, and the country's worse now than it's fucking ever been. But what she wants is a socialist communist government. She ran away from Peru or Chile. Her parents dragged her out of that country to come to Canada, and fucking her life is beautiful. Beautiful family, husband, house, doing very well in Canada. But what she wants is a socialist country where fucking Canadians pay 80% taxes so that fucking new immigrants can fucking move to our country, change our laws and rules, and fucking, turn Canada into the shithole fucking Muslim country that they fucking immigrated from. But okay. Andrade, Charlo beat Lemieux and Murata with stoppages easy. Damon, once again, you could say whatever you want, but they didn't. What was the best wins they had at middleweight? I mean, at least Charlo beat fucking, what's his face? The Russian kid. That was his great win. He had one. Andrade, zero. Zero. Not one great win in middleweight. None. Zero. If Golovkin would have fought the opposition Charlo and Andrade were fighting, you guys would fucking be hating on him even more. Even more. LDBC already saying Bud ducked Boots. Even though Boots' father literally fucking admitted that they fucking turned down the fight because they wanted to fucking be loyal to fucking Showtime. Just like Charlo's brother literally said that he ducked the Canelo Alvarez fight. Fuck Islam. I agree. Fuck Islam. If you want to move to a Muslim country, like I talked to her about fucking Malaysia and Indonesia. These countries were overwhelmed by Muslims. All non-Muslims were kicked out, hence Singapore being created, right? Muslims fucking try to use physical fucking force to take over a country. Look at the Philippines. Non-stop fucking bombs blowing up and fucking issues between Christians and Muslims. Not because of the Christians. The Christians aren't bombing fucking mosques in southern Philippines. In Thailand, Thailand, Buddhists, Muslims. Who's bombing shit? Buddhist monasteries and stuff in Thailand. Muslims. Buddhists aren't bombing fucking mosques in Thailand. In China, fucking China's locked away all their fucking Muslims. Basically put them in prisoner of war camps. How come Greta Thunberg isn't fucking protesting that? People. Why does foreigners care about shit in America that doesn't have shit to do with you? See, unfortunately, everything that happens in America impacts everyone, Damon. Dude, stay in Asia politics, driving politics. Your shit doesn't affect your ass. So, Damon, you're anti-Trump and you're pro-woke fucking lesbians and fucking transgendered in fucking women's sports. You want to start fucking using people's pronouns and you want your country to be fucking overrun by Muslims and push Sharia law in your country? Okay, good. Go for it. Luckily, Trump won't allow that. So in Trump, we trust. dude living in Asia talking about the left, his whole country is left. Yeah, my whole country is left. And that's why we're fucking being ruined like Europe. Damon. People like you. I jumped in the chat just in time to see the GG hate. Typical. He fought who would fight him, period. Exactly. GG getting in the Hall of Fame has overshadowed Crawford's win over Canelo. Isn't that ironic? Isn't that ironic? That people would rather moan and groan about Golovkin being praised by the Hall of Fame as opposed to give Crawford his due credit. Salute boxing enthusiasts. Sean. See, once again, Damon, your global perspective of the world is also your stupidity and ignorance in boxing. Taiwan is right next to China. China is having a fucking economic war with America right now, which impacts fucking everybody globally, especially me living in Taiwan and people that I love and the country I come from in Canada. So this is all connected. And this push to infect Christian countries with Muslims, all of Europe, all North America, this is a global fucking conspiracy. And only when it gets bad are you going to fucking catch on to what's going on. America don't affect Asia, Sean. I could care less what happens in Asia. Shit doesn't affect me. Once again, Damien, you just prove you're a fucking idiot. Like my aunt, my Black American fucking relative, who says that Trump is garbage. Fuck Trump. I hate Trump. Fuck Trump. I hate Trump. And she goes, you could take Trump as your prime minister in Canada. And I said, please, I wish, please bring Trump to Canada. And then she goes, well, I don't really know what happens outside of America. That's like Damon, ignorant fucking Americans, right? You would do better to learn what was happening outside of America so you weren't so fucking ignorant and you could understand the whole fucking global fucking situation. We're all on one earth together and everything impacts one another. China and fucking America are in a fucking global war right now. Right? And that does impact you, Damon, because 90% of the stuff you buy in America is manufactured and fucking comes from China. So with Trump putting on 135% tax tariff on China products, that means now products you buy from China, which are reasonably priced, cheaper than what you'd buy in America, hence the reason why you buy them, because you're a cheap prick. Those things are going to be fucking hugely expensive now, so much so that you're going to stop buying them. But it doesn't impact you. Okay, doesn't impact you. Just like Golovkin going into the Hall of Fame also doesn't impact you. But you're so fucking emotionally charged over it, aren't you? Machado, nope. I see more moaning and groaning from GG fanboys because of Ryan's opinion, which consists of logical facts. I just think it's funny that people who've literally shit on Ryan Garcia for the last 2 years are now using fucking Ryan Garcia as fucking, the truth teller to the anti-Golovkin fucking narrative. Yes, Ryan Garcia, our hero. Listen to him. He always speaks the truth. Unless he's shitting on Black America, right? I guess he's speaking the truth too when he was fucking using racial fucking propaganda against Black Americans, right? Obviously he was speaking the truth there too, right? Because he's such a soothsayer. I mean, such an educated person that has so much fucking great things to spread. The only thing Ryan Garcia said that I can agree with is that there's a genocide going on in Nigeria. Why would the price go up? The foreign country pays the tariffs. The foreign country pays the tariffs, thus raising the price that they fucking sell the product in America. No one is going to sell a product at a loss. How would that work? Why would you do it? Why would you fucking spend money to ship all this stuff to a US, to stores in America like fucking Costco and fucking whatever at a loss, realizing that you are going to lose money in dealing with them? Come on, man. Agree, these folks hate someone until they have the same opinion as you do. Yeah, and it's okay to have different opinions. That's what I told my friend yesterday who called me a racist. It's okay we have different opinions. Why is it that left wing people like you always resort to fucking insults? And she goes, now you're just labeling and generalizing. No, you're left wing and you're fucking using insults to talk to your ex roommate and your friend. And then going, what happened to the Sean I used to know? The kind hearted, open hearted, loving person. I'm the exact same Sean that you knew. But obviously, 25 years, things change, life changes, experience change, right? You become one of the problems in North America, a fucking liberal woman who's fucking just ridiculous. Did Karen win today? I got to go check it out. Machado, I did a lot of cooking, not whining. My dad thought that was a piece of shit fight and the Boots needs to fight someone, but was I like, what if Boots just that good? Uh, what? I mean, we can all say that fine Boots Ennis destroyed a guy that he should destroy, but that's what he should do. It's like when Golovkin and Tank Davis were destroying Deontay Wilder, were destroying opponents in front of them that people didn't think were the best opponents, but they did what they should do. They got rid of these opponents impressively. That's what Boots did. You can only ask the guy to do what he did. And now, obviously, expectations are for him to fight better opponents in his next fight. And he's either going to fight Virgil Ortiz, who's probably going to duck him. So chances are he's probably going to fight for the WBA title versus fucking Abbas. And when he beats Abbas, people are going to still criticize him, even though at that point he's going to become a two-weight world champion and now has leverage to negotiate for unification fights. I'm also Generation X. Maybe that's why when I look at people, I just can't understand the stupidity, right? And the fact that people are such fucking snowflakes. Snowflakes. Like she's pushing fucking feminism, but literally what you're doing is you're fucking destroying feminism. And feminism destroyed the family, right? Feminism in America literally destroyed the family, which is why our birth rates are low, because now women need to work because financially people can't afford to live with one income. People aren't having many children because it's too financially expensive. This has been a global fucking push for fucking decades. Do you guys remember George Bush Sr. when he talked about New World Order, and fucking a bunch of bands came out with fucking songs? Fucking Ministry.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. A new world order. A new world order. A new world order.
You guys should all go listen to that Ministry, New World Order. I mean, that song was when I was in university. We were talking about this shit back then. Both Bushes were scumbags and fucking connected with Saudi Arabia and fucking opened the door for fucking Saudi Arabian terrorists to bomb fucking the Twin Towers. You know, this plan has been pushed for a long time. Bush told you, right? I remember one day in university, and I was on acid, right? And I was watching the news, and George Bush was fucking talking, giving his whole spiel about a new world order. And you know how Saturday Night Live will go without a commercial and like flow right into the next show, and then do their opening monologue before they go, "It's Saturday Night Live," and then introduce the cast and then go into commercial. Literally, it went seamlessly from Bush talking to fucking what's his face, the guy that played Bush for Saturday Night Live, coming in talking the craziest shit ever. And literally, I'm sitting there tripping on an acid, listening to George Bush say exactly what we fucking know he means, and fucking tripping out like crazy. And then Saturday Night Live, and I was like, oh, fuck me. I didn't even realize what I was watching. But it was perfect. What do you have next week, Sean? I'll check. Hold on a minute. I love LSD back in the days. Yup. No disrespect to Sean, but his thinking is outdated and old. Damon, what thinking is outdated and old? It's easy for you to make stupid statements, but be more specific. What's outdated and old? A new world order? They're talking about chipping people in the UK and Europe, right? Everything that's been predicted is moving into place. We just had COVID, which fucking literally is part of fucking the whole new world order play, right out of fucking the playbook of 1984 George Orwell. So what am I saying that's fucking outdated? Maybe you're just ignorant, uneducated, brainwashed. Maybe that's you more than it's me, because you're so brainwashed in racism in America that you fucking don't look at the global perspective and how all this stuff is going to affect everybody, because all you're thinking about is me, black 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 me. That's all you worry about. Everyone doesn't like black me because I'm black. Blackity, black, 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 black. And because of that stupidity, you fucking ignore what's going on around the whole world, because you're so fucking self-absorbed with fucking racism in America, because the media is jamming that shit down your fucking throat day after fucking day. Yet white Americans feel just as frustrated as you do. He just wanted to call you old. Basically, that's what he wanted to do. Call me old. It's okay. You can call me old, Damon. Old just means I've lived for a long time and I've seen a lot. And because of that, now I can connect the fucking dots and I can see what's going on in the world around me. That's all. But it's cool. You don't have to love me. I understand I'm not black, but I have black American relatives. So I'm allowed to go to the barbecue. It's true. If I go to the States, I'm literally invited to the barbecue because they're my relatives. They can't not invite me. So I ain't cooking, but I'm definitely eating and drinking and maybe fucking smoking, if you know what I mean. But yeah, with age comes wisdom. Not always, but it's there for you if you're fucking open to it. Like I was telling my friend in Canada, I live in fucking Asia. I'm not fucking living in a bubble. You are. Literally, you're living in a bubble. In Canada now, they fucking control what you can watch on the internet. Like literally, you fucking live in a bubble. I live in Asia. The whole perspective I get living here is completely different than what fucking you guys get in America. Maybe closer to what Gaza gets in Australia, but not fucking even close to North America or obviously Europe. But obviously I pay attention to North America because I'm from Canada. And being from Canada, we always pay attention to the US. Yeah, And the only good thing you guys can say is at least you're fucking an island, so you're surrounded by water. So it's hard for fucking immigrants illegally to fucking enter your country. So they have to come through by airplane. So it should be easy to put them back on fucking planes and send their fucking asses back out, or just feed them to the sharks, right? Just feed them to the sharks. Nobody will miss them. I'm 34. No, I didn't. He's an elder and he knows more than I. Respect Sean. Been following Sean for 10 years. Don't say that, dude. And they are putting that in Barclays Center. They fly them in these days for votes. Oh, fuck. Exactly the same, eh? As fucking America and fucking Canada and Europe. Flood the fucking voting. And how are illegal immigrants allowed to vote in Australia? Right? This shit's crazy, man. And people are so stupid. All the white Christian countries, and I understand, Damon, that America and Canada is not all white people. I'm just saying, historically, white countries that were Christian, even blacks were Christian. These Christian countries are being fucking flooded. I'd rather bring Mexicans to the country. At least Mexicans are fucking Christian. Flood America full of Christians. They're not going to fucking vote in Muslim fucking Sharia law, right? They're not going to do that. The worst thing fucking Mexicans are going to do is what? Bring Mexican food fucking around America. So in truth, let more Mexicans into the country. More Mexicans, come on. We can have more Mexicans. They're all fucking Catholic. Catholic is cool. We bring in fucking Catholic Christians. No problem. Heavyweight fight, Damon Naba. Isn't he like from Australia? And Joey Deweka, or is he English? Also on the card, no Deweka, not Nimba. Chris Colbert and Gab Rosado also on the card. What card? Let's check it out. Boxing coming up. Boxing schedule. Polish guy, make America Mexican again. Hey, that would be better. At least we just have Christians, right? Sean, your Blue Jays going to the ALC. I know. I'm a Dodgers fan, but I'm happy the Jays are there. Let's go Jays. Let's go fucking Guerrera. Guess the Danny Garcia swan song. I live in Blacktown. That's a shitload of Indian spice shops and restaurants flooding the area these days. As long as it's not Muslim Indians, Pakistanis, then you're okay. If it's just Indians, they fucking hate Muslims. So you're not bad off. If it's just Hindus coming to Australia, you could be worse. You could be worse. Tell the truth, Sean. Since the PBC and Top Rank has left boxing, has been freaking stale as fuck. What do you mean stale? We just had one of the biggest fight of 2025 in Crawford and Canelo. And we're having a huge fight card with your favorite fighter, Devin Haney, on a fucking co-main event with David Benavidez, which is a super card. And then we have Japan versus the world card in Saudi Arabia in December to finish the year. I mean, people like you just never fucking happy, man. Never happy. Ah, yes. People pushing the Indian holiday. That's in Canada as well. I don't think it's a problem having a holiday for Indian holiday, just like having a holiday for Mexican holidays. That's fine. But as I say, less Muslims, more Hindus, and more fucking Christians. Well, summertime boxing is always slow. The Turk is taking over. He is. He's just fucking bought part ownership of fucking Matchroom. He just signed a deal with Boxer. Obviously, he's working with fucking the UFC dude to do that whole thing in the States as well. I think he's part owner of DAZN. So, there you are, the Muslims taking over the sporting world. Apparently, Turkey Al Sheikh and some group are buying Man U. So, yeah. Soon the whole world is going to be fucking Muslim. And that means Christians are fucked. And Jews, especially, are fucked. Which is ironic because out of all those religions, Judaism is the fucking oldest out of all of them. Will Top Rank join in on the network? Of course they are. It used to be big fights 3 weeks in a row, whether it was bullshit pay-per-view from PBC. That's not true, Damon. If you want to be completely honest, the PBC used to come out at the beginning of the year very fucking active. They would put out their whole fucking first 3-month calendar. And for January, February, March, April, maybe even into May, they would have shitloads of fights. And then once June, July, August, September, October, November came, they would barely do anything. That was consistent what the PBC did. Maybe they'd put out 2 pay-per-views in September and fucking October, November. And that was about it. They would stack their cards early in the year and try to fucking grab everybody's attention by how great the PBC was doing and how much great fights the PBC was giving you. And then by the end of the year, you fucking completely forgot what fights you'd watch from the PBC. Let's be honest, the only network that consistently put out work month in and month out was Top Rank. And the reason we haven't had as much fights during the summer is because there's been no Top Rank. Some of those fights went to Mexico, right? But for the most part, we've missed out on twice a month fight cards from Top Rank. Literally, that's pretty much what Top Rank was doing consistently for the last 5 years. Well, Top Rank was always taking up the slack all fucking year. Top Rank consistently put out the most fight cards out of every major promoter in boxing. And people shit all over them because they weren't putting out pay-per-view super fight cards. No, because they were putting out consistent cards, building up opponents, and keeping their stable fucking active. Free on ESPN. But now it's gone. People are fucking missing it. Well, it's your fucking fault because when Top Rank was doing it, when we had COVID, who's the only promotional company that started boxing initially? Top Rank. Fucking in the bubble on ESPN, right? People gave them no credit. They shit on them and said, these fights are garbage. Yet no other promoter was putting out any fights. But as a boxing fan, you're shitting on Top Rank, who's at least trying to continue to push out content. Some people just never fucking are happy. Well, to be fair, it wasn't a bad card. We had a robbery where fucking the Black American guy was gifted a decision. We had a great heavyweight matchup. And then Boots had a spectacular fucking performance. And now here we are. Oh, we're still getting fights. See, you're getting Shakur Stevenson's cousin or nephew or whoever he is. Oh, no, this is just the weigh-in. Sorry. Why are they showing the weigh-in now, post-fight? What happened with Moses? Did he win? That's right. And then you had the UK cards, which for you Americans is fine. It just means you have afternoon boxing. For me, it's my Saturday night. So I'm sleeping, so I'm not watching it. Now I could try to watch it. Actually, let's jump into it and check it out. Check it out. Main event replay. Makhmudov versus Allen. You also had Padley versus Balata or Balati, however you pronounce his name. October 25th, we have Parker versus Wardley. November 1st, we have Bawatsi versus Zach Parker. This is all on, obviously, DAZN. November 9th, we have Ortiz versus Lubin. So that's not bad, man. Like, literally, you're getting some real fights. November 15th, Eubank Ben rematch. And then, of course, November 26th, Benavidez versus Yard. Haney versus Norman, Abdullah Mason versus Sam Noakes, and Jesse Bam Rodriguez versus Puma Martinez. So November is stacked. 1st, 9th, 15th, 22nd. Every week we have a fight in November. October, obviously, it's not that busy. We had Makhmudov and Ennis today, and then we have Parker to end the month, which is a great fight, but obviously not like a deep month. But November is going to be packed. November is stacked full of fights. Yeah, not decent. What do you mean decent? Like, you guys just never fucking happy. Shakur's cousin fight. I fell asleep. That shit. Sorry, Moses. Well, he's like his cousin. Boring. I don't know who the fuck those guys are, Raf. You see that I'm saying it's not names we know. November, December is lit fire. You don't know Makhmudov, Damon Wester? Shut the fuck up. You know Makhmudov. And you know Allen. Allen's consistently fought in big fights in the UK, and Makhmudov, the Russian, got beat by fucking the Turkish kid, and actually the fucking Vinelli, the Italian guy we saw today, also beat him and stopped him. So you've seen fucking these guys fight. But yes, obviously November is great. I mean, think about this. You got fucking Boazzi Parker. Obviously, it's a UK card. So outside of the main event, I don't know if we're going to have things that are that exciting. Let's check. Let's break it down and see what we got in store for November. Huh? Pacheco, Sajao. That's a great fight. Oh, sorry. It's light heavyweight. What am I looking at? This is a great bounce back fight for Boazzi, to be fair. Boazzi 19-1, 32 years old, 13 knockouts. Obviously just came off of a Callum Smith loss. Previous to that, he beat Dan Aziz and Willie Hutchinson. Two really good domestic level UK fighters, and now fighting another very good domestic UK fighter in Zach Parker. Let me remove this and share this. Huh? So there we go. I'm scrolling. So we got Bradley Rea, 21-1 versus Lyndon Arthur for the European light heavyweight title. Good fight. Boazzi versus Zach Parker for WBO International light heavyweight title. Liam Cameron, and outside of that, all UK fighters, nobody that people are going to get excited about. But the first two main events, not bad. Light heavyweight fights, Rhea, Arthur, Boazzi, Parker. Potentially the winner of those two fights could meet up later on in the year. So that's not bad. Obviously for UK fans, this is going to be something more interesting. But we know Boazzi is literally one of the best light heavyweights in the world. So it's definitely going to be interesting. And we know Zach Parker. Zach Parker is the guy that Demetrius Andrade fucking ducked. Wanted a Canelo fight, but ducked the fight with Zach Parker, which would have gave him a fucking Canelo Alvarez fight. Then, what do we got? We got Ortiz versus Lubin. Obviously, it's a solid fight. Not necessarily the fight we would have preferred. We would have expected Lubin to fight Murtazaliev, Ortiz to fight Sandra Zayas, put that on a fucking double feature card, and then we would have been super stoked. But instead of getting two world title fights, we get this matchup with no world title. Oh, sorry, the WBC interim title's on the line. Yeah, so no fucking title. And they don't tell us who's on the undercard. Right now, as far as BoxRec knows, the only fight is Virgil Ortiz versus Lubin. And that's not bad. Lubin, obviously coming off of a good win versus Andrel Holmes, stopped him in 11 rounds, beat Jesus Ramos in a not that interesting a fight. And then obviously Luis Aries stopped him in 5 after getting knocked out in 2022 by Funduro. Got to go all the way back to Charlo, where he got stopped as well. So only 2 losses in his career. The biggest problem with Lubin is he had an opportunity to fight fucking Tim Tszyu, and he ducked that fight because he didn't want to go to Australia. For Virgil Ortiz, he's coming off of great wins versus Madrimov and Boholchuk. Prior to that, fighting lesser opponents, but we understood he was having health issues. So he fought Delorme and Frederick Lawson. Prior to that, solid fighters at welterweight. McKinson, Kavalaskis, a great win. Maurice Hooker, a great win, right? So not bad. Obviously, it's a good fight. Like I said, I think you can't really hate on either guy, but the problem was they could have fought for a world title, but they're choosing to take this fight. We understand why Lubin's taking this fight, but why is Virgil Ortiz taking this fight? This fight isn't going to be as big as a Xander Zayas fight. Mexico versus Puerto Rico, Xander Zayas versus Ortiz. That fight would have been way bigger. Lubin wasn't trying to get a Tim beating. Well, apparently he wasn't. I predicted Ortiz versus Ennis next. Well, that's not a prediction, Raf. That's what DAZN, Matchroom, and Golden Boy agreed to. The only problem is that Virgil Ortiz's team has denied being involved, denied that the people agreed to that fight, and fucking looked like they have no interest in that fight at all. Xandar didn't want to fight Ortiz. Yes, he did, in Puerto Rico, because he's the champion. Ortiz didn't want the fight because he wanted a 50-50 split and not have the fight in Puerto Rico. Waldo, John going to ban you for his channel if he sees this comment. Laugh out loud. Then let's see. Who else is on the calendar? Eubank and Ben. I know people today were fucking hyping up that fight, or hyping up Ben as an opponent for fucking Devin Haney. But come on, let's be real. So Chris Eubank, 35-3, 25 KOs, only stopped once, came back, revenged that loss. Obviously scheduled to fight Conor Benn in a fight where I felt he won convincingly. I don't even know why they're doing the rematch. And the card is good. This card is good for a UK card. Richard Racapor, great fighter. Fighting an undefeated fighter in Tommy Welsh, solid. Jack Catterall versus Iko Usman, really good fight in the UK. Adam Azim, a very good up-and-coming young fighter, fighting Zaur Abdurev. Abdurev's a very good fighter. If you look at who's beat him, it's only been quality opponents, right? Got beat by Muratalla for the title. And obviously back in the day, he lost to Devin Haney for the title. So 2 world title fights, lost both of them. But beat guys like Hank Lundy, Dejan Slakatan, Jorge Linares. I mean, Jorge Linares, he beat fucking Linares. I mean, Jesus Christ, he should get all the praise in the world, because I literally heard somebody praising fucking Devin Haney because he beat Jorge Linares. Beat Saffron, Ricardo Nunez, Roman Abdurev, Roger Gutierrez, ex-world champion, and obviously now he's fighting Adam Azim. For Azim, this is a big step-up fight. 23 years old, he hasn't really fought too many fighters, right? Beat O'Hare Davis, but at this point, O'Hare Davis was pretty much gone. Lipinets, definitely well past his best at that point, but still, name opponents, experienced fighters, and now he's going to fight Zaur Abdurev. So in truth, they're kind of similar type of opponents. Davis, Lipinets, Abdurev, world title contenders. Lipinets, obviously a world champion, good fighters with experience, but all of them, when he fought them, were definitely not at their prime, were definitely on the slide. Roy Dixon, gotta call it how it is, bro. Tim would have beaten Lubin. John Boxing is gonna hate you for that because there's no chance in hell he would fucking accept that. Zero chance. John Boxing thinks that fucking Tim Zhu beats Erickson Lubin. And in hindsight, I kind of fucking think Tim Zhu probably wouldn't have beat fucking Lubin either. But, you know, hindsight is 2020. And then, of course, we get to the great fight card, November 22nd. And what's there to say about this card? This is literally one of the top 3 fight cards of 2025. You got, of course, the Inouye card in Saudi Arabia in December, the Bud Crawford fight that just happened, this card, and there might be one other card I missed earlier in the year, but I can't remember. Out of sight, out of mind. But let's scroll through. So David Benavidez, there you are. David, Anthony Yard. I'm predicting Yard by knockout. But look at this fight card. Fucking, it's great, man. Like, there's nothing except excitement for this card. I can't imagine anyone hating on this card, even if you don't necessarily like the fighters involved. Abdullah Mason, undefeated, one of the top fighters in global boxing, up and coming young fighters, facing undefeated Sam Noakes for the WBO world title. For Abdullah Mason, this is supposed to be a layup. This is supposed to be Top Rank's opportunity to crown him a world champion, which is what they've done for Floyd Mayweather, Oscar De La Hoya, Manny Pacquiao, fucking Shakur Stevenson, Lomachenko, Inouye, now Abdullah Mason, Keyshawn Davis, right? They're trying to give him the world opportunity to really build up his name. By becoming a world champion, now Abdullah Mason is no longer a contender or a prospect. He's a world champion. And Sam Noakes on the outside looks like a good opponent, undefeated, 17-0, 15 KOs, 28 years old, so he's literally in his physical prime. But the only problem is when you look at his resume. I mean, Von Mendy is a good opponent, but he fought Von Mendy, who's old as fuck, right? 28-6-1. Von Mendy been ducked for years. The guy's 40 years old, right? And really a guy that has been ducked and dodged for the majority of his career. That's why he's mostly fought European level opponents, because every time he was in position to fight big fighters, they had no interest in taking on a tough, rugged African fighter like Von Mendy. And now you take on Abdullah Mason. Damn, man, there's levels to this shit. Like, he's like stepping up big time to take on fucking Abdullah Mason. Mason's taller, younger, faster. I would think probably as powerful, probably more powerful, just because of the way he's going to be able to deliver his power, right? Compared to Noakes. Already, Abdullah Mason's been in with better opposition as well. So I expect Abdullah Mason, the fucking style and profile versus fucking Sam Noakes. BFTB, like all those scumbags, always fucking full of shit. He don't like Ennis because he's not part of the PBC. But, you know, that's a great fight. Then you get Jesse Bam Rodriguez. I heard Boxing Voice say that this was for Undisputed, but this fight's not for Undisputed. Like, I'm pretty sure that it's not for Undisputed. It's for 3 of the 4 titles. Let's see. Yeah, so right now, Jesse Bam Rodriguez is the WBC WBO champion. Fernando Puma Martinez is the WBA champion, and Wilbardo Garcia is currently the IBF champion. So yeah, Bam Rodriguez obviously is in a good fight versus Puma, but it's not for undisputed, right? It's for three belt unification, which is fine to become undisputed. Jesse becomes undisputed at 115. It's going to be hard for haters like John Boxing and others to not give him credit because literally he's become undisputed, which obviously when they used to give Devin Haney praise is this crown, right? Where they used to criticize people who didn't do it, even though Floyd never did it. So we should shit on Floyd because he never did it. But that's the hypocrisy. When Jesse does it, people are going to say, who'd he beat? Who'd he beat? He's just a title holder. He fucking didn't fight anybody. Who's the competition? We know the same fucking narrative people are going to push. But him versus Puma Martinez is a really good fight. Puma Martinez, 18-0, 9 KOs, was just in great fights, beating Jerwin and Kanjas not once, but twice to become the IBF champion. Beat up a really good young up-and-coming fighter from Philippines and Jade Borneo, undefeated when he fought him, to beat him to defend his IBF title. And then tried to unify titles versus Kazuki Ioka. Beat him both times, right? Even though I feel Ioka won the second fight, I might be biased. I like Ioka. But he beat him, and now he's stepping in to face Jesse Bam Rodriguez. For Jesse Bam Rodriguez, this is a great opponent for three-belt unification. I mean, what else would you want him to do? Of course, you're going to say that. Beating up old men passes the fucking resume test. It's not too many names for Bam to fight at that division, so he gets a pass from me. But the problem is he didn't need to stay at that division. He could have moved up to 118 and fought Junto Nakatani to become a three-weight world champion, fighting another pound-for-pound fighter. But he chose to try to become undisputed against opponents nobody knows. The African guy he just beat, that fight didn't help his legacy. This Puma fight potentially could help his legacy because it's on a huge card. But as far as the opponent, 99% of Americans that watch that fight don't know who fucking Puma is, never watched Puma's fights versus Ioka or Ancanjas. So literally have no fucking knowledge of who that guy is. None. Hardcore fans know it's a great opponent, but casuals don't know shit. But for Bam, he's doing something Tank Davis and Deontay Wilder never did, unify. Then you got Brian Norman versus Devin Haney. We already talked about this fight a lot. For Devin Haney, this is a great victory. He becomes potentially a three-weight world champion if he can get by Brian Norman, right? So it's a great win. Nobody's hating on Devin Haney stepping up to take on a champion. Is there a difference between Brian Norman and Mario Barros? Sure. On the outside, most people feel Brian Norman is legitimate. Most people don't have a lot of faith in Mario Barros. So by taking on Brian Norman, the last remaining real solid fighter at 147 pounds, you give Devin Haney tons of credit. But does this make him a top 5 pound-for-pound fighter in boxing? Fuck no. Brian Norman does not pass the resume test. Giovanni Santillan is not a great win. This does not fucking prove that somehow you are some unbeatable fucking fighter. Literally, you got beat by Brian Norman and you fought two nobodies in fucking bounce back fights. The best win on your resume is fucking Alexis Rocha. DeMarco back in 2020, but DeMarco was old as fuck when you fought him. In truth, people would say DeMarco's still his best win. Santillan's a good win, but let's not say that one good win on a resume somehow makes you fucking some elite superstar boxer, because it doesn't. If he beats Devin Haney, now his resume really starts to fucking look good, because you beat a multiple weight world champion, an undisputed champion, pound for pound quality fighter. So at that point, being a 24-year-old, people are like, yeah, Brian Norman is the real fucking deal. But you got to win fights against Devin Haney. If you lose fights to Devin Haney, you're just a champion that wasn't good enough to beat a fighter moving up to your weight class. See, Sean, you're only saying this to make John look bad. No, what I said is completely fucking accurate and factual. I just said he's the best fighter at 147. What are you saying, Damon? Once again, you say stupid shit that doesn't fucking make sense. Literally, I said people are praising Devin Haney for taking on the best remaining fighter at 147 pounds in Brian Norman. But does this make him pound for pound top 5? No. It's still a great win, but does it make Devin Haney pound for pound top 5? No. Who is Brian fucking Norman? He's a champion in a weak fucking division. That's what he is. 147 is one of the weakest divisions in fucking boxing right now. You know it. I know it. Literally everybody knows it. You didn't hear me because you're too busy fucking claiming racism. Then, of course, you get Benavidez facing Anthony Yarde. Is Anthony Yarde the best opponent on his resume? I would say maybe. Obviously, we're seeing right there the best names on his resume. Lemieux, we don't count because Lemieux was old and pulled up in weight. But Plant obviously was a good win, except he'd already been knocked out by Canelo. Obviously, if Benavidez would have fought Plant for unification, that would have been more significant. Andrade, two-weight world champion, never fought a world champion. When he stepped up to take on a world champion, he got stopped in 6 rounds. Vostik had been destroyed by fucking Beterbiev, sent into retirement, only came back because of the fucking Ukraine war and the fact that he lost all his money. So he had to come back because of financial issues. He's not the same fighter. He's not a world champion level fighter when David Benavidez fought him. He's a guy that literally came out of 3-4 years of retirement. Morrell, the real deal. I rate Morrell. But Morrell is still a young fighter with not a lot of experience, right? He knocked Benavidez down in round 11, but he wasn't able to really be nearly as effective as I thought he could be. I felt because he had power, good footwork, Cuban boxing pedigree, he would be able to move a bit more, make it hard for Benavidez to load up on his shots, use his jab, and outwork Benavidez. But granted, for Benavidez, that's a great win. Anthony Yarde very well might be the best name on Benavidez's career. 27-3. Obviously, he has a few losses, right? Lost to Beterbiev in a great fight, one of the best fights of the year. Lost to Lyndon Arthur, but came back and beat him convincingly in the rematch, right? Lost by split decision, stopped him in 4 rounds. Lost to Kovalev in a fight where people thought he should have won the fight. He had Kovalev on the brink of death. And instead of putting his foot on the pedal, he fucking let Kovalev off the hook. And then Kovalev came back because he was shot, had no more strength, and stopped him. Now, this is his 3rd shot. You're lucky, right? 3 strikes, you're out, man. If he beats David Benavidez, all the stuff he's done before lead to this spectacular victory for him. If he gets beat again, then we know what he is. A tough fighter, but not a great fighter. So we will find out on fight night exactly what Anthony Yarde is. Benavidez has a better resume than Nakatani, has better claims to pound for pound than Nakatani. Bullshit. The guy's a 1-weight world champion. Who beat who? Morel wasn't a champion. Vosdick wasn't a champion. Plant wasn't a champion. Lemieux wasn't a champion. Yard isn't a champion. Who the fuck did he beat that were world champions? Did he beat Zerto? He could have, but he didn't take that fight. Did he fight Plant for unification? No, he didn't. He could have, but he didn't take that fight. Did he take fucking Smith for unification? No, he could have, but he didn't. Right? Every time that guy had an opportunity to take a big fight, the PBC did what they always do. Ducked, dodged, and maneuvered him to a safe choice. On pay-per-view. And you guys buy it all like somehow this guy's giving you great fucking fights. Come on, man. MMA has tons of stars because they put their fighters in real fights. Evan, fuck MMA. This is a boxing channel. Nah, they lack stars. Connor's basically the MMA does lack stars. They have no real transcendent star right now. That's why nobody's really talking about MMA like they were before. You're going to trigger Mr. Mirage, Sean. How can this Australian guy fucking be taking it up the ass from the Mexican monster fucking on the daily? That's fucking crazy. But to each their own. I don't know if Australia, like Taiwan, has gay marriage, but Mr. Mirage, if you want to fucking marry David Benavidez, suit yourself. That's okay with me. I don't care. Don't invite me to the wedding because I ain't interested. He has a solid resume in the last 2 years. Prior to that, he did fucking nothing. And that was the criticism. When he was a world champion, he wasn't trying to fight the best, even when they were in the same fucking promotional platform as him. He only started fighting good opponents because he had to. He doesn't pass the resume test. Stop. But yes, for David Benavidez, Yard is a great opponent. And then if you beat Yard and you take on better Biev and you fight Bivol, at that point, I'll fucking say David Benavidez is a top 5 pound-for-pound boxer in the world easily. Maybe top 3. If you beat Bivol, better Biev, become undisputed at 175, good on ya. You prove fucking everybody wrong. You prove that you are one of the best fighters of this generation, right? So it's just up to you to go out there and fucking do it. Stop talking, stop fronting, and fucking go do it. That's what we've been waiting for. Like with Tank Davis as well. We've been waiting for you to prove yourself. So go do it. You prove yourself, and I'll give you tons of praise. But at this point, it's all fucking talk. We know the way the PBC rolls. This guy's actually leaving his promoter, his fucking manager as well. So you're going to ignore the fact that the face of boxing ducked him for years. He didn't duck him. Was fighting other fighters. Didn't have to fight him. He was fighting other dudes, making money, doing what he wanted to do. Why did he have to fight fucking Benavidez? Did Benavidez have a title? No, because Canelo had all the belts. Because he did what fucking David didn't do. Unify. His resume is literally better than Nakatani's. How are you saying he doesn't pass the resume test, but Nakatani does? Of course, Jay, you're going to fucking, of course, say that his resume is better. No, disingenuous. Just because you don't know who Nakatani fought doesn't mean anything. Nakatani wasn't fighting old wash fighters coming off of knockout losses, guys that fucking had been retired for 3 or 4 years, right? Pulling guys up in weight. That's not what Junto Nakatani was doing. He was moving through weight divisions, taking on the biggest challenge. It's not his fault Bam Rodriguez ducked him. It's not his fault Ioka dropped his WBO title to avoid fighting fucking his countrymen, right? You know, he could only fight the guys that fucking wanted to fight him. Went through 3 divisions, unified at 118, and now is moving to his 4th division to take on a pound-for-pound fighter in Inui. But you're going to be critical of the guy as if he's not doing what he should be doing. Yet he's doing exactly what he should be doing. There's nothing he could have done otherwise. You tell me what Junto could have done that he didn't do. I told you what David Benavidez could have did, and he didn't do. Unify with Plant, unify with Zerto, unify with Smith. He could have fucking all did that before Canelo Alvarez was even in the fucking weight division. But he didn't, because he's a PBC fucking fighter, and the PBC ducks challenges historically. You know that. I know that. That's why Tank Davis's resume is garbage too. We don't say that about Devin Haney because he ain't a PBC fighter. He wasn't fucking protected his whole career like Tank Davis and fucking David Benavidez. He didn't duck. He was fighting other fighters, which literally means he ducked him. No. What was the onus of him to fight Benavidez as opposed to Berlanga and Munguia? Some of the guys he fought were literally his mandatories. David Benavidez was going to be mandated by the WBC. He chose to move to 175 just prior to the WBC mandating the fight. You dudes are ridiculous. And you ignore the fact that this guy could have done a lot before Canelo was there. Why didn't he? Why don't you hold him the same fucking levels that you hold Junto Nakatani? Lemieux fucking was a 160-pound fighter who was washed that got pulled up to 168. Durrell was never fucking any good. Stop. Fosdick had been retired for 3 fucking years. Andrade never beat a world fucking champion. Morrell also never beat a world champion. Look at Morrell's resume. It's all fucking mid-tier guys he fought his whole career. And Plant literally just got knocked out by Canelo Alvarez. So you want full credit for fighting a guy who'd already been beaten by Canelo, but yet you want to give Canelo no credit for beating Caleb Plant, right? That's the problem with dudes like you. He hasn't fought stiffer competition. Dragging guys up, fighting old dudes. Where's the stiffest competition? Junto cloud chasing Bam the same way GG cloud chasing. Stop. He's not fucking cloud chasing fucking Bam. He moved up to fucking take on a Nui. So how's he clout chasing Bam? Lemieux was the win that made GG pound for pound number 1. No, it wasn't. It was literally the draw versus Canelo Alvarez. Get your fucking shit together. As soon as PNC guys leave the small pond, PBC guys leave the small pond, they get got. Facts. PBC dudes don't leave fucking PBC because they know they're going to get fucking beaten up once they do. I'm not minimizing his win. You don't want to give Golovkin any credit for facing a champion, David Lemieux, but you want to give David Benavidez credit for facing Lemieux, who got beat by fucking Billy Joe Saunders and fucking Golovkin, had fucking done nothing, and then got pulled up to 168 pounds, only to retire after getting beat by David Benavidez. But you want to give Benavidez praise for fighting him. You don't want to give fucking better BF praise, right, as a great fighter. You'd rather fucking dick ride fucking Benavidez. But yet the guy that beat world champion, unified world champion, Vosdick, was better BF, sent his ass into retirement. Vosdick came back, fought nobody, bums, and then was cherry-picked by Benavidez because he had name recognition. You guys are so full of shit, man. Your way of thinking is so I don't even know what you're saying. Funny how Newton nitpicks Benavidez' resume but can't name 3 guys on Junto's resume. I can name fucking far more. Why is this about Junto? Literally, we're talking about this card, but you guys do what you always do. Use the John Boxing playbook and pull out Golovkin and Junto. Junto's beat 9 world champions. How many world champions has David Benavidez beat? Junto's a 3-weight world champion who unified titles. Benavidez is a 1-weight world champion who was just given an email title and is never unified. But he had plenty of fucking opportunities to do it. You know it. You know he ducked Plant, and you're going to fucking ignore it. Because for some reason, you want to dick ride this guy and give him more praise than he deserves. I told you. If he beats Yard, goes on and beats better BF and Bivol and becomes undisputed at 175, I will put him fucking top 5 on my pound for pound list, potentially top 3. Then he can go up to cruiserweight, become a 3-weight world champion, beating Zerto, and then fucking he's definitely in my top 3. Do what other fighters are doing, and then I'll fucking give you equal praise. The problem is you guys want to give him praise for doing fucking nothing. Let's not act like 100-pound divisions don't have worse. Oh, fucking this same old fucking narrative, right? Same old narrative. I mean, you never hear people say this when they're talking about Clarissa Shields being in a heavyweight boxing division where there's literally 25 women in the division, right? They don't talk about how there's no competition in Clarissa Shields divisions when they try to crown her the best women boxer of all time. But when you're trying to downplay fucking fighters like Junto or Roman Gonzalez or Inui, oh, it's because they fight in divisions with no competition, even though they literally fought all the competition in the division. Waldo, those are good names, but you have to be familiar with the class. He's beaten 5 world champions in a row. No, he didn't. Morrell was not a champion. Morrell is a WBA regular champion. You can't call him a champion because you won't give Golovkin credit for fucking 20 title defenses with the WBA title. So just be consistent. That's all. Disingenuous? No, Damon. What I'm saying is facts. You are the one disingenuous because literally you will make up fucking shit to fanboy someone while shitting on somebody else. Mirage, people care about Inui. He is huge in Japan. Huge in Japan. He's a superstar. There's literally no fucking boxer. Look, you talk about David Benavidez and who comes crawling out of the fucking woodwork. Mirage. Nobody cares about midgets. Listen to you. You're a fucking clown, dude. You're not a boxing fan. You're a fucking dick rider. That's all you are. Go back to fucking Australia. Go fuck a kangaroo. We know that's what you've been doing all weekend. Fucking drinking Foster's, barbecuing fucking shrimp and fucking kangaroos. Like, dude, like to be such a fanboy of one fighter is pathetic. That's what it is. And as far as Junto, I didn't bring up Junto. We're talking about this great fight card. I'm praising David Benavidez for taking on a real good opponent in Anthony Yard. And then people got to go, oh, Junto Nakatani, because they're too busy watching John boxing videos. And Benavidez is never going to be on the same level as Inui. Never. He's never going to be a superstar like Inui is in Japan. Never. Raph, I got to give you props for naming the names. The Benavidez 6 names clear, easy. If you have to ask, it's because you don't know and you're talking out of your ass. Nobody cares about the little guys except a billion Asians. Exactly. When you think about the global population, the majority of the world's population are Asians. Canelo fanboys talk about Lara and Trout constantly, yet they had regular bout champions. Well, no. Lara was a legitimate champion. Trout, when Canelo beat him, was a world champion. He just beat Cotto, and it was a unification fight. Or no, sorry, maybe that wasn't the unification fight. Maybe the Lara, I can't remember. But Trout was not a fucking WBA regular fight champion when Canelo beat him. So stop. Like John boxing his minions, including silly, they say they don't watch boxing under 135, which is a way of saying they don't know boxing like they claim. Exactly. David is bigger star than Inui fighting in Japan. Who cares? He's not a bigger star. Inui sold out fucking 60 to 70,000 stadium in the Tokyo Dome. What has David Benavidez ever done? Sweet fuck all. He's on a super card because he alone cannot sell a card because he ain't that big. He's like Dick rode Canelo's name consistently in his career, hoping to build his name off of Canelo because Canelo is a star and the face of American boxing. David Benavidez is a top contender, a marginal pound-for-pound fighter. I still praise him for taking on Morrell, but you got to be honest, Morrell's never been a world champion, and Morrell never fought a top 10 fucking light heavyweight or a top 10 168-pound fighter in his career. Tell me what 168-pound fighter Morrell fought that was a top 10 fighter. It's the same thing as fucking people wanting to give some guys praise and then criticizing others, right? Like Frank Martin is great, never fought a top 10 fucking lightweight. Morrell's great, never fought a top 10 fucking 168-pound fighter. Both guys passed the eye test, but their resumes are fucking lacking. David isn't a star, only hardcores know him. Regular belt. No regular belt, you fucking clown. If Junto beats Inui, oh my God, he's going to be number 2 pound for pound. I can't wait. He will be. Potentially he's going to be number 1 because Usyk and Canelo and Crawford are close to retirement. So whoever wins out of Junto and Inui potentially is going to become the pound for pound number 1 fighter in boxing, much to the chagrin of John Boxing, who's fucking going to hate the fact that a Japanese fighter is pound for pound number 1. That's why he's trying to leverage fucking Devin Haney versus fucking Norman, so he could fucking say, oh, Devin Haney beat Brian Norman. He's obviously ahead of Junto Nakatani, who just beat fucking Inui and is a 4-weight world champion and undisputed. But Devin Haney is above him because now Lomachenko is a better win than fucking Inui. Okay. You became a fan of Canelo if you were trained by Benavidez Sr. If you say you don't care about boxing under 105, you don't know about Junto and Inui. Want to make a bet? Trout was a regular belt champion. Let's bet on it. Oh, dude, shut up. Like, literally, you're talking about bullshit. We're talking about a fight card that actually is, happening in November. And you just want to do the same bullshit. Why don't you just praise fucking Benavidez versus Anthony Yarde, which is what we're talking about? Yes, he's a superstar. Sorry, I forgot, J.A. David Benavidez is better than fucking Devin Haney. You just said it. That's right. He deserves to be pound for pound over Haney. Haney ain't that fucking good. Don't deserve that much credit. Benavidez is leaps and bounds above him. Let's say that loud so John Boxing can make a video about it. I didn't say it, John. J.A. said it. Smash the like button. Canelo got smoked by a welterweight. He is no longer relevant in boxing. I'm not talking about Canelo Alvarez. That's you. Okay. And I never brought Canelo's name up in this conversation at all. Morrell fought nothing but local shoe cleaners. That's all he fought. When Canelo beat Trout, he unified WBA, WBC, and got a vacant Ring magazine. Exactly. So you say Crawford has more hardware than quality wins. That's exactly what happens, right? John Boxing would say that Bud Crawford is just fucking collecting belts. What about the fucking opponents? What about the quality of opposition? It was fake unification for a regular belt. Oh, you're a clown. Clown. The same people who were mad at Boots 3 weeks ago because he helped Canelo spar for the Canelo-Crawford fight are the same ones who are going to be his biggest fans in 2 years when Crawford is retired. Watch. That very well might be true, right? Because those are the same race-baiting fucking black YouTubers that are going to need to have a black fighter pound for pound number 1. And so whoever is potentially the guy they can push, that's the guy they're going to push. They hated Crawford. They loved Spence, but they still had Crawford pound for pound number 1. Crawford has decent wins. People discredit them for some odd reason. Machado compared that guy like Floyd's. Let's be real. After Inui, the Japanese jig is over. Nakatani will get exposed, just like the other dude, Taraji. Taraji, who's moving up to 115 to become a 4-weight world champion, got exposed in a fight that he could have got the decision in. It was that competitive. Oh, yeah, that's totally exposed. He totally got exposed. Like fucking Errol Spence. Now that's exposure. Fucking pound for pound superstar. Fucking beaten fucking half to death and still not got back in the ring. My man was in 2 of the best fights of 2025. Kenshiro Taraji is a unified champion in 2 divisions now moving to his third division, potentially could get a fucking pound for pound undisputed fight with Bam Rodriguez. Is he going to win? I would favor Bam to win. But just the fact that he would be potentially taking on Bam to become undisputed in his third weight division, that shit fucking is credible enough. What else would you want a guy to do? That's exactly what you would expect great fighters to do. Take on great challenges. Junto's a beast. Once again, Mirage, you don't know who I thought would win out of Canelo and Benavidez. Because I don't know if I've ever even made a prediction on that fight. Why would I make a prediction on a fight that wasn't made? But I did predict a welterweight would beat him. I did predict Crawford to beat Canelo. Did you? Probably not. I have Benavidez on my pound for pound list, not Haney. Haney is over David, more accomplished. Yeah, if you're going to rate, Devin Haney definitely belongs above fucking David Benavidez on the pound for pound list. Definitively. Machado Crawford is guilty of getting his hands on some hardware, but the Spence and Canelo wins are great. Great wins. Sean, I had a ball today. Thanks, dude. I got sideline tickets for a coworker tomorrow. I got to fetch some sleep. Thanks, Sean. I appreciate you letting me be on your platform, bro. No problem. Enjoy. You got sideline tickets for what? Football? Monday Night Football? Is that? Or Sunday? Football you're talking about? Ravens tickets. There you go. Hopefully Lamar plays tomorrow against the Rams. Crawford is just that good. Crawford's a great fighter. Benavidez is the most feared fighter in the sport. Oh yeah. He's so fucking feared. Man. Mr. Newton, what's up, Hawker? Junto hasn't proven himself at the highest level. Has David Benavidez? What are you doing, Lily? Hey? You only predicted Crawford to win for 2 reasons. Oh my God. Now you're going to tell me why I predicted Crawford to win. Let's read this. Number 1 is because you wanted to give Canelo extra credit if he won. Number 2 is so you can minimize Crawford's win if he did manage to win. So let's play out your scenario. So did I minimize Crawford's win versus Canelo? Have you seen any video of me minimalizing Crawford's win versus Canelo Alvarez? Hi, baby. Have you seen me say anything to minimize Crawford's win versus Benavidez? Or, sorry, versus Canelo? Like, I know you, JA, are full of shit, but try to prove your statements. Have I minimalized Crawford's win versus Canelo? Some people might have, but not me. And you can't hold me accountable for what other people say because that has nothing to do with me. I have my own opinion and I have strong opinions. That's true. So you may disagree with my opinions and that's fine because most certainly I fucking disagree with yours. But I didn't ever downplay and diminish Crawford's victory. I talked about Crawford potentially being the best fighter in boxing history. Is that diminishing his victory versus Canelo? Damn. I'm a slick motherfucker. You dudes, man. He broke it down to be fair. I broke it down. I told you exactly why he was going to win. The same way I fucking said Bivol was going to win. Unlike you guys, I'm not a fanboy. I may like a fighter, but depending on the matchup, I might pick against my favorite fighter. I picked against fucking Manny Pacquiao versus Mario Barros. I predicted Barros would beat Pacquiao. And I was right, even though I love Pacquiao and I fucking hate Mario fucking Barros. But okay. Backroom, the most feared fighter. Salute my Don. Yes, you were doing it during the fight. Just go and watch your live. You're a clown, dude. Literally, you're a clown. Well, I don't think it's John boxing because John is not such a fucking troll when he's on your channel, even though he's definitely a troll when he's like watching your channel from the fucking behind the drapes and then goes on and makes a video lying about what you say in your video, right? Like John literally fucking misquotes and takes people out of context constantly and fucking uses other people's narratives to fucking hate on you. I don't know what BDA said. I don't watch BDA. So don't fucking accuse me of what BDA is saying because it has no fucking nothing to do with my channel. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Not a fucking thing. The reality of the situation is I gave Bud Crawford tons of credit. I have not discredited Crawford at all. I am not a huge Canelo fanboy. I never have been. I defended Canelo because unlike most of the fucking people who hated on Canelo, Canelo has done leaps and bounds more than their favorite fighter. Example, Mirage, David Benavidez. David Benavidez is never going to accomplish what Canelo Alvarez accomplished. Never. His career is never going to be as good as Canelo's. He's never going to accomplish what Canelo was able to do. That's just a fact. John Boxing always removes my comments when I cook him. He just blocked me so my comments don't stick anymore. So he can make videos constantly referring to me, always fucking misquoting me, but then he's afraid to let me leave comments in his comments section. Like, that's what kills me. And he goes, if you don't like the content, don't watch. But yet, you're watching me right now, John. Mirage, if you're still here, you should make a video on Sean contradicting himself. There's a lot of material to work with. Okay, where's the material of me contradicting myself? David Benavidez will never lose to Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford will never fight David Benavidez. J.A. Sean picked up with a breakdown. That's why his comment sections are 90% one follower. Laugh out loud. David was ducked by 2 undisputed champions. Oh my God, get real. David literally was in line to get an undisputed fight, but he refused to work with Turki Al-Sheikh, saying, I refuse to work with Turki Al-Sheikh. I won't fight in Saudi Arabia. I'm a Las Vegas fighter. I'm a PBC fighter. Only to do what? Crawl fucking on his hands and knees, take Turkey's dick in his mouth, blow him, and fucking now fight on a Turki Al-Sheikh card. No, Bivol didn't duck him. Bivol literally had just beaten Better BF. The WBC should never have mandated Benavidez as a fucking fight coming off of undisputed victory versus fucking Better BF. But that's the politics of boxing that you guys jump on sometimes and then ignore at other times. That's why you guys are not reliable boxing commenters, because you pick and choose what you fucking want to focus on. The reality of the situation is Bivol had just fought Better BF in back-to-back fucking super fights. Tough fights, tough fights. Obviously just had surgery now and has a mandatory, who's been a mandatory before David Benavidez was even in the 175-pound division. But you guys are so disingenuous, see, I can use the word properly, disingenuous, that you won't fucking give all the facts. You choose to pick and choose, twist and turn to try to fucking dick ride a fighter. I ain't trying to dick ride fucking Bivol. Bivol beat Zerto, beat Canelo, beat Better BF. His resume is way better than David Benavidez. He's an undisputed light heavyweight champion. He should still be the light heavyweight champion. Just like Tio should have been the undisputed champion. Fucking Devin Haney was never in the conversation. Just like he should have been undisputed when he fought Taylor, who should never have fucking got stripped of his titles either. But this is the bullshit with the sanctioning bodies. If you guys want to be honest, you would fucking criticize and hate on the sanctioning bodies and how they fucking ruin boxing because of their fucking Bullshit. These guys are getting paid off to put certain fighters into positions to get fighters, fucking leveraging fucking certain fighters. These guys are so corrupt that it ruins the sport of boxing. But you guys ignore these sanctioning bodies consistently, unless, of course, they say something that goes against your favorite fighter. Then you're going to be fucking up in arms. I'm consistent. Whether they work with fighters I like or fucking work against fighters I like, I fucking hate the sanctioning bodies. They ruin the sport of boxing. They should all fucking be fucking cut out, and only Ring Magazine should be used. Fuck those other guys. Corrupt pricks, all of them. And yes, I think Bivol would totally fucking school Benavidez. Sean, no joke. How can you go live for 3 hours to get excited for a total bum mismatch fight? Boxing ain't good no more. What do you mean? What am I excited about? Bum fight. We're talking about a super card that's happening in November. This is a great card. Better BF, Nichols. Somebody told me the Better BF fight is off, but it's still listed on BoxRec. Benavidez Yard, Norman Haney, Jesse Bam Rodriguez, Puma Martinez, Abdullah Mason, Sam Noakes. This is a great card. Of course I should be excited. These guys act like I hate fucking Devin Haney and fucking David Benavidez, but I'm hyping up a fight card that they are a part of. So where's the hate? Tio is top dog. Tio literally ducking and dodging all the smoke. If you're going to give Golovkin credit for forcing champions to vacate and get email titles, then you got to give Dream credit for forcing Matrix to vacate. No, silly. See, once again, you fucking prove you're just a troll. Lomachenko was elevated by Suleiman, the president of the WBC, who told him that he was a super champion now. He did not need to fight his mandatory, so he could open the door for fighting unifications for undisputed. And we all know that unification trumps mandatory. He fought Tio for 4-belt unification. So what are you talking about? He didn't duck and dodge Haney. He went for another world champion to unify all the fucking titles, which is exactly what he should do. Taraji's a 3-way champion incoming. Ring 4 and 5 are great. Sick card. You still on that narrative? You don't like facts. Norman smashes Haney. You're going to be broken. Salute. All that info went in Silly's ear out the other. Loma was the Ring Magazine belt holder and was unifying for Undisputed. It was the number 1 versus number 2 in the division. Anyone hating on Loma for that are pushing racial nonsense. And that's consistently what Devin Haney fans pushed. Racial nonsense. They're so fucking thirsty to fucking hype up Devin Haney, who at that point had done fucking nothing. And they were so anti-Lomachenko, they couldn't give Lomachenko credit for fighting for Undisputed versus Teofimo Lopez. And the reality is, Devin Haney would have ended up getting an opportunity to fight for Undisputed if things wouldn't have went the way they went, just the way they did. Because Loma lost to Lopez. Lopez was forced to fight his mandatory Kambosos. Kambosos beat fucking Lopez. Haney got his opportunity to fight fucking George. So everything played out exactly the way it would have played out. The only problem was because they tried to jam Devin Haney into the conversation, they fucked up Lopez and they fucked over George Kambosos, who didn't get credited for becoming undisputed, even though they should have. Same way Martinez went after a more established Cotto and Quillen went after a more established Wright. Who? Wright, when Golovkin didn't prove anything in those time frames. See, Silly Aschenko, this is the problem with guys like you. You ignore the fact that you push this narrative, but then you're going to shit on Golovkin because he didn't get the fights. But then guys like you and John pushed for these champions to not unify versus Golovkin. Cotto was not a unification. Quillen asked for $10 million to fight Golovkin. And who the fuck is right? Quillen got exposed and fucking we never saw him again. Right? If Golovkin would have beat him, you guys would have gave him no credit as well. Because you guys are full of shit. You can't blame Golovkin for not fighting guys when you fucking justify guys ducking him. Lomachenko didn't duck Devin Haney. He fought for unification. Martinez and Cotto and fucking Canelo could have fought for unification. They choose not to fight for unification, which is why inevitably Canelo got stripped of the WBC title. Loma deserves credit. However, he was very overrated. His career was disappointment relatively on how much he was being hyped up. Yeah, of course he was. Of course he was. Haney hasn't fought a top 10 fighter at the time in the division, and his fanboys were demanding that he was called a champion for getting an email title. Exactly. Jesus is king. Waldo is why I can't take boxing serious. American boxing fans are why boxing in America is bad. American boxing is dead because of you guys. These kind of fucking narrative-driven, racial fucking content creators like these guys. PBC's gone. Top Rank no longer has a platform. Hopefully they'll get one soon. But like literally HBO, Showtime, ESPN, all the major platforms for boxing all fucking said fuck boxing. Why? Because you American boxing fans are such hate-filled fucking motherfuckers that don't want to give people credit and you don't want to fucking watch the fights. You just want to be critical about everything. And you're getting exactly what you deserve. Just like fucking my friend in Canada is going to become part of a Muslim country in fucking the next 20 years. And I'm going to be living in Taiwan laughing because she's going to be moaning all over Facebook. The only problem is she probably won't be able to write anything on Facebook or she'll be thrown in prison. So enjoy the rewards that you reap. Well, that's it. We found out why. He got knocked out in one fucking round by Danny Jacobs. They always hate on GG just because he ain't black. If he was black, they would love him. They hate anyone that's not black. That's true. If Golovkin was black, he would have been fucking the best thing fucking since sliced bread. Look what they said about Deontay Wilder. I literally saw a quote yesterday from one of these clowns. I took a picture of it, so it's here. Let me find it. I thought I took a picture of it. Maybe I deleted it yesterday. But this was also fucking a clown comment. Look at this. Devin the Dream Haney just said he would beat Terrence Crawford at 154. Pathetic. But yesterday, literally what they said was, I hope when fucking Deontay Wilder gets a first ballot Hall of Famer, these Golovkin fans don't complain. The irony is you guys are the ones that hate on Golovkin, but have fucking spent years dick riding Wilder. Wilder, who's never unified, never became a 2-time heavyweight champion, got knocked out several fucking times, made 10 title offenses that were so great. Golovkin made 20. 20. Well, Mike Trade, that's what I say. I played basketball in Toronto. All my friends were brothers, right? And I was just as guilty of it as they were. That's why when I say this stuff, I know what the brothers are saying. The brothers don't give no fucking non-black fucking fighters, basketball players, football players, fucking baseball players any credit at all. Because they got this superiority complex thinking that they are superior beings, that blacks are superior to Asians and Caucasians. That's racism. And everybody I fucking played basketball with, went to school with, that was a brother, always downplayed fucking white athletes. Larry Bird, Duke, fucking, we always fucking were shitting on those guys. And I was just as bad as they were. So when I say this, I'm not coming from a point of view that I haven't heard it firsthand. I heard it for fucking years and years and fucking years. I did it. I downplayed fucking white athletes, propping up black athletes for years. So I know fucking how they feel, that they don't want to give non-black athletes any credit at all, ever. And if they do, it's fucking marginal, comparing them to other white athletes. That's why John gets so bent out of shape when you compare a white boxer like Lomachenko or Golovkin to black Hall of Famers. If I compared him to white fighters, he'd be okay with it. But when you compare him to black fighters, that's the issue. Because come on, we know whites just aren't as good as blacks. That's why we know blacks just aren't as smart as Asians. That's why we know blacks are just not as rich as whites. Like, I mean, you can make stupid generalizations all the time, and they're all racist, regardless of who's making them. You need their approval. So, yes, I need their approval. I need black approval. If I needed black approval, I would have been a huge PBC dick rider, a huge Floyd Mayweather fanboy. That's what I would have done for day one. And my channel would have been much bigger, and I would have been fucking much more accepted on YouTube. So I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. They can't stand non-great fucking, non-black fucking athletes at all. Just wait till fucking Cooper Flag does great this year. They're going to find ways to dismiss, downplay him, and try to fucking treat him like they did Caitlin Clark. Guaranteed. 100%. Lomachenko was literally hated before his fucking professional debut, just because people like me and other people in the industry were hyping him up because of how great he had been in back-to-back Olympic Games, right? He was getting hated from fucking day one because people were really threatened that potentially he would be this great non-black fucking fighter. And they were afraid that that would be true, and that Lomachenko would be the white fucking fighter that dominated boxing, was the pound for pound superstar, and they would have to fucking deal with that. And they just couldn't deal with it. Can't fucking stand it. They hate it. That's why John Boxing is already getting leverage to put Devin Haney into the pound for pound number one position. Mirage, you can try to put David Benavidez, but fucking guys like John Boxing gonna fucking start to hate on Benavidez because he ain't black. Machado, I don't even know what you're talking about at this point. These black Power Rangers got you cursing again. Did I curse? Uh-oh. Unfortunately, Loma wasn't that, so the blacks were right about it. Lomachenko was the fastest fighter in boxing history to become a three-way world champion. If he would have he beat Salido. That was a fucking bullshit decision. He did lose to fucking Tio, but it was a great fight. He almost stopped Tio in late in that fight. Potentially could have got the draw, but Tio had a great round 12. And then he beat Devin Haney. So in truth, there's one loss on his resume. He was ducked by Tank Davis for years. All the fighters at 126 ducked him, the champions. All the champions at 130 ducked him. That's why he moved to 135, because it was a division not full of bitches outside of Mikey Garcia, who ducked him for a legacy fight to go fucking get beat up by fucking Errol Spence. So, collecting belts. Yes, okay, he's collecting belts. He literally collected the belts that Devin Haney got credit for beating one guy. So I beat everyone, you beat one guy, and you're getting credit. Okay. No, he didn't. Devin Haney was almost crying in the corner because he was so frustrated because he couldn't deal with Lomachenko. Only in the Devin Haney fight do you see fucking the brothers giving a guy tons of credit for body work, because literally that was the only thing Devin Haney could do was land body shots. His jab was fucking invisible. The guy that was taller, longer, naturally bigger was unable to fucking win the battle of the jabs. Lomachenko literally took his jab away. Sickening. Well, to be fair, the takeover wasn't at his best versus fucking George Kambosos. He was at his best versus Loma, but Loma wasn't at his best versus takeover. He was supposed to skip that fight because of a shoulder injury. His father and trainer and promoter talk about it. And Loma said, if you fucking don't give me the fight, I'm going to retire. As I said multiple times, the worst thing that for Loma's career was Lomachenko's arrogance and ego. The fact that he wanted to fight a world champion so early, the fact that when he was injured, he just didn't delay the fight. These kind of mistakes that he made in his career because of his uber confidence ultimately fucking were his ruination. But that happens all the time in sports. He wasn't shitting his pants at all. He literally was piecing up fucking Devin Haney. Come on, get real. Small Loma was backing Haney up all night, all fucking night, and doesn't get nearly as much credit as he deserves for the in work that he was landing clean fucking shots. So do you rate a guy like Shakur Stevenson over Chavez because Shakur became multiple weight division champion in much less time? Well, the problem with that narrative is Shakur won fucking 2 email titles, 2 vacant titles at 126 and 135. The only division Shakur actually did any real work was 130. Now he's going to 140 to take on Tio. That's a legitimate win. So in 4 weight divisions, literally 2 of his titles were fucking gift wrapped and given to him. How much credit do you want for that? Some guys, a wigger? Yes, I was a wigger, but more of a Jamaican wigger. So I don't know what that would be. Rasta wigger? I was a Rasta wigger, boy. But that's Toronto, man. Everybody I knew was from Jamaica. Some guys have different paths. Loma got into a position to become champion quickly, deservedly, so he won 2 gold medals. Yeah, but guys like John Boxing are critical of that. Don't think he deserved the world title fight so early. Yet, the reason he got it is because he was so successful in the amateurs. Every major promoter in boxing wanted to sign him. He signed with Top Rank with the fucking provision that I get a world title fight in my second fight. He wanted his first fight, but he had to be ranked. So he had to have a fight first so the sanctioning body could actually rank him before they could justify giving him a world title fight. He beat Gary Russell. Loma collected vacants as well. Oh my God. If William Zepeda can land consistently on Shakur, I don't see why Tio can't. Loma beat 2 pound-for-pound fighters, Nicholas Rigo and Gary Russell. And Devin Haney. Even though, silly ass, you were probably fucking ranking fucking Gary Russell pound for pound top 10 at one point, weren't you? So stop the cap. Stop the cap. But I'm going to go buy a coffee, feed my doggy. Thanks, everyone, for jumping in. Boots Ennis did what Boots Ennis had to do today. Spectacular victory, knocking out Lima convincingly in 1 round. Thanks, everyone, for jumping in. I appreciate the back and forth, right? This is not me being hateful, racist, and fucking anti-anything. I just like to argue. If you leave stupid comments on Facebook, I'll argue with you too. Because when I was raised in my house, that's what men did. We argued over fucking everything. So I'm the same person I always was, Lorena. I argued then and I argue now. The only difference was back then I had nobody to argue with because everyone in that house was way too fucking. All I needed was one person, and fucking I would have been arguing every day. But let's leave it at that. Thanks everyone for jumping in. I will see you next time. Peace out. Enjoy what's left of your weekend. After a 9-day holiday, I got to go to work tomorrow. What a fucking nightmare that's going to be. Jesus Christ. But peace out, everyone. Golovkin, Hall of Famer. Woo! Yeah. Triple G.